Well, friends, very good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the day two training program of ours. So, I believe my audio is reaching to everyone. Can somebody gives me a heads up? Hello.
Yes, it's audible.
Thank you so much. So, I'm just sharing my screen, and let's go to our sample case studies folder. What we have started in our day one, the file name called corporate case studies. Kindly open the same. And just to remind you, we have discussed up to our sheet name called date calculations, the hidden formula of Excel, naming called date diff, and how to write this formula, what is the syntax of that, and what is the role of today formula inside date diff, and what is the uses of our F4 key once, twice, thrice for making cell lock, row lock, column lock, respectively. All these things we have discussed. So we are going to start with our new topic. The next sheet is called Golseek. So kindly confirm you have got the Golseek sheet open on the screen. Y for yes, quickly on the chat box. Okay, I got six confirmation. What others people? File name is corporate case studies. Sheet name is called Golseek. All right. So now let me take you through the data, what we have with us first, and what is the objective and how to deal with the same. We are going to discuss one by one. So first of all, the data. I have taken something related to our salary slip. So you must be getting the salary from your corporate. So you can connect with our data properly. This is the reason why I have taken a salary data over here. All right. Now, the moment we go for the salary data, if you see, we have got a basic component that is called of 40,000 rupees. Then DA, which is formula driven, 20% of the basic. You can also check on the same from the your screen. And HRA is nothing but 50% of the basic. You can also check it out. This is formula driven. Medical allowance is fixed for the month 15,000. Uniform allowance is 12,000. Don't go with the literal values over here. Just take an example. Don't expect that, okay, why medical allowance 15,000 per month? So don't go exactly with the values. Just make out the components of our salary slip. Now, monthly CTC is nothing but one more formula is given, the summation of all these above values. And annual CTC is nothing but monthly CTC multiplied by 12. So this is what the data set we do have with us. Okay. So please go through the data and please confirm you are clear with the data what we have with us. Any component is not easy to understand, you can ask me. Whatever the formula, very pretty simple formulas, nothing major over here. So I believe it's clear what we have right now. Right, people?
Yes, Prabhat.
Great. Now, let me put a scenario over here. Suppose, say, take an example. I'm taking a name from our group, say Vijay Lakshmi. So Vijay Lakshmi, if I take your name for the story, is that okay? Okay, I guess my audio is not reaching to her, or probably some issues in the mic. Vijay Lakshmi, you can drop a message in the chat box if that is the case also. Just show your consent. One more name I'll be taking from our group, say Anuradha. So Anuradha, is that okay if I take your name for the story? Okay, no problem. So here, take an example. Suppose say our friend Vijay Lakshmi, she is leading a team and she needs one resources to help her in her routine activities because the volume of transaction becomes more, workload has pressurized over here. So she needs one more resources to help her to assist her in her day-to-day work. So what she does or what she's going to do, she will definitely approach to the recruitment team of ours and she will be giving the JD details, all these things. This is what the role, this should be the profile, this should be the requirement or the job demand, like this entire thing. She gives the complete clear picture to our recruitment team. And our recruitment team, they started filtering out the candidates from the different resources like Naukri, job portals, or any other resources, LinkedIn, some whatever the resource they have. They have filtered out one candidate. And the candidate, suppose say, take an example, our friend over here, I would like to take the name called Jay. Jay, if I take your name, is that okay?
Me?
Yeah, Jay, if I take your name for the
Yeah,
story.
sure.
Okay,
Sure.
no problem. Thank you so much. So now, Jay's CV or the resume, our recruitment team has selected. Okay, Jay is the fit for this role. So Jay's resume has come to Vijayalakshmi. So Vijayalakshmi has to take the final interview and she has to decide whether we should hire Jay or not, or we should let him go. So to take this decision over here, not visible to me, took my name. Okay, okay, no problem. Now is it visible, Anuradha? Can you confirm? You can see my worksheet or I'm highlighting. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Now it's
Okay,
visible.
okay, no problem, no problem. That's fine. So just connect with the story properly. We have taken two names, Vijay Lakshmi and Jay. Vijay Lakshmi is leading a team. Jay's resume has come to Vijay Lakshmi. So Vijay Lakshmi has to finalize the taking a decision whether we should hire Jay or we should let him go. So Vijayalakshmi took the interview. Jay has answered all the questions in a proper fashion, and Vijayalakshmi internally she has decided, okay, I should hire Jay because he's having good amount of skill and exactly in the same job role. He has already worked in the past and he's having all the academical qualifications, whatever needed for this job role. So everything is fine. Now, finally, just mere decision to take this and internally, if she's decided that doesn't help, so finally, the terms and conditions about the compensation part, it has come. So she offered, Vijayalakshmi offered to Jay that Jay, for this job role, we are offering 11 lakhs 40,000 of CTC. So looking at this offered salary, our Jay is not quite happy. So from his face expression, Vijayalakshmi could make out that okay, might be having some different expectation. So Vijayalakshmi gave a comfort zone to Jay and asking that, Jay, if you have some expectation, please speak up so that we can work out with some win-win situation. So when Jay got a chance, so he did not want to lose it. So he expressed that, Vijayalakshmi, if you offer me 14 lakhs of CTC, I'm ready to join immediately in a day or two max. So now there is a problem. What's the problem? Our friend Vijayalakshmi, if she accepts the demand of Jai of 14 lakhs, what would be the breakup of salary? That is the first problem in front of Vijayalakshmi. And Vijayalakshmi, she doesn't want to lose a perfect candidate for this job role, said Jai. Okay. But one information I would like to share with you is our management has given a instruction or a authority or a power, you can say, to our friend Vijayalakshmi stating that Vijayalakshmi, you can hire any candidate, you can accept any salary. Salary is not a bar, but ensure that at any point of time, basic should not exceed 60,000. So there is one more problem in front of Vijayalakshmi also. What is that? If she accepts 14 lakhs of CTC, the breakup, whether she achieved that, but she has to also check the breakup of that basic should not exceed 60,000 at any point of time. So now, if a layman, like if I discuss, there are two problems in front of our friend Vijay Lakshmi. One, if she accepts 14 lakhs of demand from Jay, what would be the breakup of salary? And if she arrived at the proper breakup, at any point of time, whether basic is exceeding 60,000 or within the limit of 60,000, She has to take a call upon that. And then only she can finalize the candidate, whether Jay to be hired or will come on board or he should let him go. So to take this decision over here, how much time we take? Hope the entire story is clear, people. Right. So first I'll start with Vijayalakshmi. So Vijayalakshmi, what's your opinion to decide whether to hire Jay or not? How long it will be taking for you? Make a rough estimate, please. So Vijayalakshmi, you are speaking something I'm unable to hear, or you can drop a message in the chat box. How long it will be taking for you to take a decision? So in place of Vijayalakshmi, anybody else is there? How long it will be taking for you, my friends? Just take it as if it's your story. How long it will be taking for you to take a decision in this scenario? Anybody? Don't worry, I'm not doing any kind of assessment. I'm just asking simply one example. If 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour could be the case, right? Four. Now the question is, why we take that 10 to 15 minutes or half an hour time to take a decision over here? Why can't you take a decision immediately over there? And when you want to take a decision, do you think that Vijay Lakshmi is going to do all these things in front of Jay? What we do in that case, we ask the candidate, say our friend Jay, we will be asking Jay to be seated at our reception or lobby for half an hour, and we will tell them we'll let you know in half an hour time. This is how we ask, this is how we request over here. So Hitesha, 2 minutes, how you will take a decision in 2 minutes?
सर आपने ये जो टेबल दिखाया है यहाँ पे
जी
if I can change the basic to I can immediately be able to understand will I be able to give him a 1,40,000 with the basic being 60 or less.
हाँ तो आप क्या
तो मैं
करोगे?
टेबल यूज करके कर सकती
हाँ तो यही टेबल में आप क्या करोगे? वो जो आप बोल रहे हो 2 मिनट में करोगे, आप क्या करोगे एग्जैक्टली? यू विल टेक 41,000, then again you will change to 42,000
नहीं I took 60,000
directly.
पहले
Okay.
हाँ मैंने डायरेक्टली 60 लिया so it came 50 so मैंने 50,000 डाला बेसिक में.
Okay, 50,000.
And then so I know I'm not a pro but मैंने ऐसे R&D कर करके it came to 50 to 500.
Right, right. So that is what everybody does. That is what everybody does. Even though you are pro or not a pro or if she's a layman also, they also do the same. So that is the place where we spend a time, right? So you said 2 minutes, somebody said 5 minutes, somebody said half an hour, because here we have got maximum 3 to 4 components we can make it. Suppose I have got 10 to 12 different components of my salary slip. Suppose say, in a real-time case, if I take it over there, so I have to keep on working with many more variables, many more parameters, right?
Right.
So this is the place where, my friends, we have to spend time, and this is the reason why we just ask people to be waiting at our reception or lobby, so that we can come to a conclusion and perfect picture or scenario we can arrive at. Then we can take a decision. So this is the reason why we ask or buy time over there in this kind of scenarios. Now just imagine our friend Vijay Lakshmi asked to our friend Jay to be waiting at our reception or lobby. Fine. If he waits for half an hour, that's well and good. So Vijay Lakshmi is not going to lose a perfect candidate. But who knows if neighborhood, our company, he also expecting that Joy should attend one more interview. So Joy has got adjacent two companies and he has got another interview scheduled at that time. So definitely he will not be waiting and wasting his time. So he will be thinking that, okay, neighborhood, the company is there. I should manage that window timeline and I can come back. Do you agree with me, Jay?
Yes, of course.
Anybody will do that. Who wants to waste the time? So in the meantime, if my neighborhood company accepts Joy's demand, so our friend Vijay Lakshmi is going to lose a perfect candidate for my job role. Do you agree with me, Vijay Lakshmi? Because opportunity not knocks several times. It just comes once. So if did not utilize properly, I'll be the loser, correct? And who knows, I'll be getting the similar candidate in my going forward pictures, or I may not get that also. There is no surety, there is no assurance for that. So this is the place, my friends, over here. We need to take the decision immediately, then and there, without wasting our time. That is very, very essential. But how to do that? I will tell you. So this is the place where we have to use one of the data analytical tool of our Excel, naming called Golseek. So Golseek is a tool you can find in our data menu, group, what if analysis, option Golseek. So this is the place where you will be finding our Golseek tool. But in any data, when you want to use Golseek, you must satisfy two validation rules. Rule number one, data must be formula driven. So whatever the data we are working with, that should be formula driven. Yes, we do have formulas in our data, so no issues, no worries. Now, rule number two, the moment we go to data, what if analysis, goal sake, it asks me over here, set cell, the first criteria, set cell. Set cell is nothing but objective cell. In any data, there will be one objective. So if you have understood our story, what is our objective?
Match CTC by 15 lakhs.
15 lakhs, there is nowhere. We have got 14 lakhs.
Yeah, 14 lakhs.
Right. So annual CTC is our objective. So set cell is the cell which is nothing but your objective cell, and objective cell must contain a formula. So rule number two is nothing but whichever the cell you are going to consider as an objective cell or set cell, that must contain a formula. So in our annual CTC, do you have a formula? Yes. Monthly CTC multiplied by 12. Formula is there. Rule number two is satisfied. Now next criteria, to value. So to value, how much we are expecting, how much our friend Jay is expecting is of 14 lakhs. So that we should define manually. That we have to always define manually. We cannot refer to a cell and make it dynamic. Okay. Now coming to by changing cell. So which cell you change so that my total CTC or annual CTC will become 14 lakhs. So when we were doing our manually task over there, which cell we keep on changing, which cell we are trying different permutation combination is the basic cell. Do you agree? This is the place where we are keep on changing, right, Itisha? Right,
Yes, sir.
right. Now by changing cell, we'll be giving the basic one. And the moment I click OK with immediate effect, see, on your blink of your eyes, Excel will take its iteration and calculations and it will immediately throw the result with pinpoint accuracy. If you want your 14 lakh CTC to be achieved, your breakup would be like this. So basic, is it within the limit of 60,000 or it is going exceeding 60,000? So within the limit of 60,000. So definitely without making a delay, our friend Vijay Lakshmi should hire the candidate friend called Jay. So immediately decision is also taken, and Joy also would be going to be happy because he's going to work with a leader who takes the immediate decisions then and there, because sometimes only the zeros or the numbers in the CTC doesn't make you satisfied, or that doesn't make bring the satisfaction all the time. Sometimes the job, if you are working with a good leader, or if you are having an opportunity to work with a sound leader who takes the decision immediately, people love to work with those leaders the most. So if our friend Vijay Lakshmi is going to take the decision immediately, so time is being saved for whom? Vijay Lakshmi, as well as Jay's time is also being saved. And immediately, what happens? The entire thing, the requirement, whatever it is there, the gap or the whatever the vacancy, that is also closed. So our recruitment team also, they will be happy that you are taking a decision immediately, and their whatever the efforts, it has not gone in vain, isn't it? So completely as an organizations, if you see the picture in the larger view, everyone's time is being saved, right? So this is how people, any point of time, if you want to take a call over there without, I mean, with your formula driven cells, if you want to take a decision over there, you can make use of this tool called Golseek to calculate your break even point, to calculate your profitability margin if you're working with a cost sheet, to take if you are doing into R&D with multiple activities or multiple excipients of product you are taking it. So basically in one line, whenever you want to do some profit maximization or wealth maximization, you can go for this kind of tool called Golseek. So check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries?
Sir, can you give one more example of Golseek where we can use it?
Okay.
Like you did say profit sharing. I mean, I didn't understand. So I understood the tool. I didn't understand when to use it.
Well, Hitesh, for you, this is a perfect example regarding the salary slip. Now, one more example I can take you through. Now, suppose, say, take an example. You must be having a loan, kind of a home loan. Have you applied home loan?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you must be paying the EMI regularly on a monthly basis to the banker.
Right.
Now, who is fixing the EMI or who has fixed the EMI for you?
The bank.
Right. Now, my question is very simple. When the banker fixed your EMI, they asked your Form 16,
Okay,
they
yes.
asked your ITR filing, whatever the returns you have filed, the ITR acknowledgement details also they asked you.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
based on that, they fix your EMI, having any other kind of fixed liabilities or commitments you have. And based on that, they give the fix the tenure, and based on that, they give a EMI component. This is what it is you have to pay on monthly basis, and blindly you are paying for that. I'm sure, correct?
Yeah, makes
Have
sense.
you
Yeah.
ever realized the amount what you have been paying so far? Is it the exact amount you are supposed to pay, or you are end up paying some extra amount? Have you ever checked that? You are simply blindly believing upon the banker.
No, there is an extra one that we end up paying up interest and अगर कुछ charges भी होता है तो वो भी आता है
नहीं
उसमें.
नहीं, अदर चार्जेस वो तो प्रोसेसिंग चार्जेस, वो तो पहले से ही आपको क्लियर करते हैं कि हमारा इतना डॉक्यूमेंटेशन चार्जेस, प्रोसेसिंग चार्जेस तो रहेगा। ईएमआई तो डेफिनेटली दैट विल बी इंटरेस्ट, कोई तो फ्री में नहीं करेगा, इंटरेस्ट तो बैंक को लेना ही है। तो उसके बावजूद मेरा सवाल ये है कि सपोज मुझे 50 रुपए का इंटरेस्ट देना है, मैं 50 रुपया ही दे रहा हूँ या 55 रुपया दे रहा हूँ? इज देयर एनी कंफर्मेशन फ्रॉम योर साइड? हैव यू एवर चेक दैट? माय क्वेश्चन इज वेरी
No,
सिंपल।
I haven't.
हाँ,
I
nobody
haven't.
nobody does that also, trust me. क्यों नहीं करते हैं? There are two reasons. Either we don't know how to calculate properly, could be the case, because we are not aware of what is the banker's calculation, and even though you ask them, they will not you give the proper calculations behind this such kind of calculations. तो चलिए,
Right.
यहाँ पे आपने सवाल पूछा, मैं आपको बताता हूँ. Just focus on my screen. Where else I can use my goal set? So as I told you, suppose say take an example. I have taken a 5 lakhs loan. Okay, just see on my screen. And interest rate is suppose say 12%. So मैं EMI कैसे पेमेंट करता हूँ? मंथली करता हूँ, करेक्ट?
Right.
तो मेरा मंथली इंटरेस्ट कितना आएगा? एनुअल इंटरेस्ट डिवाइडेड बाय 12. डू यू एग्री विथ मी?
Yes.
EMI कितना होगा मुझे पता नहीं, मुझे वो निकालना है, मुझे वो कैलकुलेट करना है. ओके, तो अभी मुझे ये पता है कि मेरा जो सैलरी है, आई एम गेटिंग हैंडसम सैलरी, एंड आई एम श्योर आई कैन रीपे द एंटायर होम लोन सपोज इन 12 इंस्टॉलमेंट्स और 12 EMIs. आई कैन रीपे दैट, आई हैव दैट कॉन्फिडेंस. ठीक है, तो मुझे ये जानना है कि ये एंटायर 5 lakhs अमाउंट इफ आई नीड टू पे इन 12 इंस्टॉलमेंट्स, व्हाट शुड बी माय EMI?
Okay.
Now, to do that, Since I have understood that I can repay in 12 installments, I have created 12 counts. Now opening balance, जितना मैंने लोन लिया उतना ही है, correct? इंटरेस्ट कितना होगा? मंथली इंटरेस्ट, तो एनुअल अगर 12%, एनुअल मंथली होगा 1%, सो 5 लाख multiplied by 1%, that is my interest. Now coming to principal, what is the meaning by principal? Because EMI is consisting of two components. One is your principal amount, the plus the interest. Do you agree?
Yes.
तो जितना मैंने इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट कर दिया मुझे पता चल गया, तो जब मुझे कल ईएमआई पता चलेगा उसमें से मैं अगर इंटरेस्ट को निकाल देता हूं, बाकी का जो पेमेंट हो रहा है मेरा प्रिंसिपल अमाउंट का पेमेंट है। तो यहाँ पे एक सिंपल सा फॉर्मूला हमने लगा के रखा हुआ है, आप भी देख सकते हो। प्रिंसिपल इज नथिंग बट आवर ईएमआई डिडक्टेड विद इंटरेस्ट। फाइन, ईएमआई अभी तक हमको पता नहीं, जब पता चलेगा तब ऑटोमेटिक ये बनेगा, तभी इसलिए यहाँ पे वो नेगेटिव्स में दिखा रहा है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। Now coming to closing balance, what will be my closing balance in the first month? जितना मैंने लोन लिया
5 lakhs
उसमें से मुझे क्या डिडक्ट करना है?
इंटरेस्ट डिडक्ट करना है, क्योंकि मैंने
इंटरेस्ट
उस
नहीं,
महीने में
इंटरेस्ट
उसका तो
नहीं,
पे कर, तो मेरा ईएमआई पे किया, सॉरी
नहीं,
नॉट इंटरेस्ट,
नहीं,
ईएमआई जो पे किया उस महीने
नहीं,
का।
नहीं। आपके लोन अमाउंट में अभी तक मैंने इंटरेस्ट ऐड किया है?
नहीं।
तो फिर इंटरेस्ट आप ईएमआई कैसे पूरा डिडक्ट कर लोगे? आपने अपने प्रिंसिपल को लिए जितना दिया है उतना ही डिडक्ट कर पाओगे, है कि नहीं? इंटरेस्ट इज द अर्निंग फैक्टर फॉर द बैंकर। अगर आप इंटरेस्ट भी लोन अमाउंट से निकाल दोगे तो बैंकर को डोर क्लोज करना पड़ेगा, है कि नहीं? राइट। सो आइडियली द क्लोजिंग बैलेंस फॉर द फर्स्ट मंथ इज नथिंग बट जितना आपने लोन लिया deducted with the principal amount. So since we have not repaid anything in the first month, you could see our closing balance is nothing but opening balance plus the interest amount. It is automatically coming up over here.
Okay.
Right? तो अभी सवाल ये है, फर्स्ट मंथ क्लोजिंग इज गोइंग टू बी डेफिनेटली द सेकेंड मंथ ओपनिंग। तो इस तरह से हमने 12 महीने का पूरा कैलकुलेशंस बना के रखा है।
Right.
तो अभी सवाल ये है कि मुझे ये जानना है what would be my EMI having said all these calculations ready over here. So one thing for sure, I know that if I start repaying my EMIs properly at the end of 12th month, what would be my closing balance?
I would have paid everything off.
Right, that is what meaning, that is what we are deciding, we are going to come to a conclusion. So if I do so, my 12th month closing balance will be 0. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Right, so just keep that thing in mind. Now if I want to do, what I can do, I can start changing my EMI one by one, and then I go to a complete unless and until it becomes 0, I have to keep changing the EMI. Do you agree with me? So वही हमको करना है, जानना है कि मेरा EMI कितना होना चाहिए। तो चलिए डेटा में मैं जाता हूँ, व्हाट इफ एनालिसिस गोलसीक मैंने किया। अभी यहाँ पे सेट सेल, जैसे कि मैंने आपको कहा था रूल नंबर 2, सेट सेल मस्ट बी द ऑब्जेक्टिव सेल। सो ऑब्जेक्टिव सेल 12 मंथ क्लोजिंग बैलेंस। नाउ टू वैल्यू कितना होना चाहिए? 0 होना चाहिए। नाउ बाय चेंजिंग सेल ये 0 कब होगा? जब आप EMI पेमेंट करने लगोगे, तो EMI is my changing cell.
Right.
Now see the beauty. चल गया पता?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So with immediate effect you come to know. So हमने यहाँ पे सिर्फ 12 महीने का लिया। सपोज आपने 25 साल का लोन लिया है, so 25 multiplied by 12, that many row items count you have to create. It is
तो
a,
आपने तो हमें एक्सेल शीट दी है, उसमें ये वाली भी शीट है?
हाँ बिल्कुल है, हिडन में रखा हुआ है, अभी वहां पे देख सकते हो। You can go to that any sheet, right click on that, unhide option मिलेगा, you can go to it. There is an option called sheet name EMI.
Yeah.
If you go and click OK, the same sheet is in front of you. You can also give a try for that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome.
This is very helpful.
No problem. So this is how you can make use of this Golseek tool over here in the different scenarios, but provided rules are to be satisfied. Rule number one, data must be formula driven. Rule number two, set cell must be the objective cell, should contain a formula. Hope this is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Fine then. So with this, we'll go for our next sheet. जिसका नाम है data clean 1. So kindly go to the sheet name called data clean 1. So now, the moment we go for data clean 1, you can notice we have a huge data set. So let me first connect you with the data, what we have. Let me put the data in a story format so that everybody can connect with it. Most of the time, what it happens, friends, when you receive the data from your other counterparts, say your customer, from vendor, from your stakeholders, or internally from any other departments, most of the time we face some errors in place. What is that? What kind of errors? Like hash name, hash value, hash reference, hash NA, hash division, all these kind of errors we come across most of the times. And that creates a lot of curiosity amongst us to know the reason behind such kind of errors. And when you check the same in the backend of the data, then you realize these errors are because of the data absence or format incompatibility or case sensitivity. Technically, those are not playing any role. And we just ignore those errors and we send it across the same as it is to the next level. There the problem starts. What kind of problem? Looking at those errors, people ask a lot of questions. And when people ask, you have to give explanations for all the time. So whoever you have sent the file, same question is being asked for all the people. And you have to just keep explaining the same thing again and again. Will you not be tired of explaining the same thing time and again? Yes, Jay, if you are the victim such kind of stories, what do you believe? When you are spending time to explain the same thing to multiple times to people, will you be tired of explaining the same?
Yes, of course.
And your premium time is being wasted also.
Yeah, definitely.
But who is held responsible for that? Is it the people whom you are sending? Can you blame your audience at any point of time? I am not getting the right type of audience. They are asking the unwanted questions.
No, no, I
So,
cannot blame.
right. So, boss is always right. So, we cannot blame our bosses at any point of time. We know that very well. That is the corporate
And
truth, isn't it?
these type of errors result in doubt also in the data.
Right. Of
Actually,
course, there are a lot of things. So data accuracy is compromised. That is what we can say. Data is at risk. Of course, yes. And time is also being wasted. So a lot of things, lot of drawbacks when you receive this kind of data. So now the question is how to stop people asking unwanted questions. So it is our mistake, of course, when we dispatch the data, we did not do the right treatments with these errors. So though we checked, we are confident these errors are not playing any role, but we have to bring that much of confidence amongst the rest of the users, whomever we are sending the file. So this is our duty now. Whenever we feel that, whenever we receive that, the data contains this kind of text-driven errors, it is our primary duty to replace all these errors with some kind of predefined text. Zero, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable. Then only we can stop people asking unwanted questions. But how to do that? That is what the major question over here. So here our experts, they suggest us, okay, Prabhas, what is the big deal on this? You can go for simply find and replace. You would have also thought for that point a while, right, isn't it? But find and replace only can help us to handle one type of error at a time. But here we have got multiple errors. So we have to first list down what are the types, what are the varieties of errors are there. That many times we have to roll on this activity called find and replace, which is a really a tedious process. So how to save our time while doing this process? So now the objective is, friends, wherever the errors are there, we want to simply replace with a text called NA. So error ki badle NA chahiye. That is what the bottom line. How to do that? Do it along with me. Keep your cursor anywhere in the data, Control A. So entire data will be selected. Fine. Control G, next step. G for gamma. So Control G, when you press, it will take you to your go to dialog box on the screen. Did you receive the go to dialog box, everybody? Right. There is a tab in go to dialog box whose name is special. So click on the special tab over here. It will take you to a dialog box again, naming called go to special dialog box. So here, just watch my screen first. I need to select constants from the left and I need to deactivate numbers, text, logicals. I repeat, select your constants and deactivate numbers, text, logicals. Having said this, go and click OK. And you can notice from the entire data set, only the error driven cells are alone in selection. Now, don't do anything. Just leave your mouse, leave your touchpad, simply press or type NA. And wherever it is typing, don't bother. But if you're really interested to know what I'm typing, you can look at your formula bar. It will be displaying what you're typing. Now, confirming the same, go and hit Control Enter and see the beauty. With immediate effect, all these error driven cells will be replaced with your text called NA. But the last step, don't forget, is going to home and change the color. Why I need to change the color? Because below to the data, I need to put a legend stating that the yellow colored cells are nothing but the error driven cells replaced with NA. So whomever you are sending the file, by reading the legend, they can make out. They will not ask you further. They will not bothering you over there. And even though you open the file after 5 years, by looking at this yellow colored cells, you can make out, okay, this is what the treatment I have done with that. So this is called your error management or error treatment. This is the first thing you should do as a data cleansing people. Whenever you download the data or you receive from other end, you have to do the necessary data cleansing like this. Check it out. Hope this is working.
And repeat from NA.
Yeah, up to what state you have completed? Could you please let me know, or you can share your screen. Let me have a look.
I have completed till to put NA.
Okay. So now all the NA texts are in selection. Yes, Nikhil.
It is showing in only one single column.
That is what the problem. That's what I told you. Please share your screen. All right. So just go for undo once, Control Z, undo once, or Control Z.
Yes.
No, it's not undo, done over here. Still one more time, you do it, undo. Right. Now, Control A.
Yeah.
No, no, go to data clean one. Yeah. So going to constants, fine, click OK. Now, leave your mouse, leave your touchpad. Immediately type NA.
Yep.
and hit Control Enter. Did you type NA?
Yeah.
I can't see on your screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe the screen will be lagged. So when you hit Control Enter, you can see all this data is now converted to NA wherever the errors were there. Now you go to Home
Yes.
tab,
Yes.
go to Home tab and choose the fill color to yellow. So this is
Yeah.
how
It is
you,
done, sir.
yes, you can do that treatment like this. Right. Fine then. So this is how people we have understood that how to work around with this error treatment or error management whenever you receive the file. So I believe everybody is clear what we discussed so far. Okay. Now, what is the other thing we can do in this scenario? I'll tell you. There are certain cases, you friends, you can find it is having some kind of blank cells. Okay. So there are so many cases blank cells are available. So we want to do a treatment for those blank cells wherever it is there. We want to replace those blank cells with a text called nil, N-I-L. So let's do the practice. Keep your cursor anywhere in the data, Control A, and bring the same go to dialog box. What is the shortcut? Anybody?
Control G.
Control G, very good. Then go to special, click the special tab. Do you find an option called blanks over here? Right, people? We have blanks.
Oh, yes, there is.
Right. So once you click OK, immediately you can notice from the entire data set, only blank cells are alone in selection. Now leave your mouse, leave your touchpad and immediately type nil, N-I-L. Wherever it is typing, don't bother. But if you're really interested to know, as I told you, look at your formula bar and confirm. Is it typing nil over there? Yes, we do. Right. Now, once we have done with this over here, then Control Enter. And immediately all these blank cells are replaced with nil text. But final step, as I told you, always go for making some color changes over there so that you can put a legend in the bottom of your data and showcase there that the green color cells are nothing but the blank cells replaced with NA. So this is what the story of our data clean one. Any doubt, any queries in this?
Not from my side.
Okay. Anuradha, you cannot delete the blank cells. See, a cell cannot be deleted. You can either delete a row or you can delete a column in a data range. You cannot delete a cell. So if you want to really deleting your blanks, you can delete either in a particular column, how many blank cells are there that you can delete, or in a row, the blank cells are there that you can do, but not in the entire range. All right. So now coming to the next is data clean 2. So let me take you through friends over here. Okay, Yash is asking something. Is there a way to highlight certain numbers? Of course, you do have. So can you please be specific with your requirement? Yes.
So, for example, let's say we take a number 520 from this number, from this entire data set, and I want to highlight all the cells with 520 number.
Okay, so you can select completely. Go to Home tab, Conditional Formatting, Highlight Cell Rules. Equal to, we have an option. So when you go for
Oh.
equal to, what is that value? 520. So if I
Yeah.
tell anywhere 520 is there, and if I click OK, this will be highlighted. So nowhere 520 is there. That's what I believe. That's why it is not getting highlighted. If I go and change tomorrow something to 520, now this will be highlighted. Can you see that?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
It's in
That
home.
helps.
Yeah, home tab, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules equal to.
Equal to. Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Welcome. So now coming to the next data clean 2. So here, let me first give you a background story of this data. Most of the times what it happens, friends, when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there are two areas you will be always be finding the challenges will be there. What are those two areas? One, number column will not be in number format. Date column will not be in date format. That is for sure. So unless and until we do the right treatment of these two columns, we cannot work further. So we have got certain data exactly matching with that. Let me take you through. Suppose my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire fixed asset register. So I gave my respective T codes. I downloaded the data from SAP or ERP system, and I could find near about 10,000 records turned up like this. What is that? Like we have got asset code one column, asset description is there also, and one more column is naming called asset class. So our first problem is there in our asset class column. How? What kind of problem? The column is containing the numbers, but it is not complied with the number format. Now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, how did you identify that? Simple. If you look at each and every cell in the asset class, in the top left corner, can you see one green color flag symbol is there? So it is a simple message that my data, it is not complied with the standard format. So what format it is then? It may be in general or it might be in text also. But how will I know that? I told you the other day, to check any point of time, any format of the particular cell or column, we need to go to home, and there we can realize what is this format about. So now it is showing text. Yes. So how to clean up the data then? Our experts, they will suggest you, Prabhas, don't worry, select the data, and there is a symbol over here called yellow color symbol. They will ask you to go for convert to number. This is what experts suggest us. But I do not recommend this. The reason is, this option is going to help you, no doubt, but it is meant only for the limited row items like 10, 20, 30, up to 50 row items. It will work like a charm. And we have got 10,000 records. By mistake or unknowingly, suppose you have opted this method to clean up your data, you will be inviting the trouble to your system. What kind of trouble? Like Excel not responding, Excel is restarted, Excel stopped working, Excel is hanged, Windows is going to be restarted again. So all these problems, so many times you would have also encountered with. Do you agree with me? Have you ever come across such kind of scenarios? Right, people? So in that case, what we do, we just vent our anger upon the IT department that they are not given a good system to us. But we never realize for a while what we have done with our system. So this is the place where, my friends, you have to work properly. So how to clean up our data without creating further problems or inviting any trouble to our system? The best option. Do it along with me, please. Keep your cursor in the first value of our asset class column and select the rest. Control Shift and down arrow key. Then go to your data menu. From the ribbon, we have an option text to columns. Text to columns. And when you go to text to columns, if you go on click on that, it will take you to a dialog box like this. You don't need to do any kind of changes in this. Directly go to the finish button. And when you go to the finish button, with immediate effect, you'll be finding all these green color flag symbols have been removed. And now the data will be ready for next level. If you try to do some kind of calculations or formula or functions applications, this is going to work fine. And this is the best way to clean up your data, and the solution for the first problem of our SAP driven data, how to bring the numbers into proper number format. Check it out. Is it working?
Can you please repeat the text to column part?
Yes, you have to select your data. I am already kept my cursor in the ribbon also. You go to your data menu. After selecting this, you have to go to text to column. This window option you have to choose. And once you choose the same, a dialog box appears. You have to only click the finish button.
Okay, just let me try.
Yeah.
So it is converting those numbers into text format, correct?
No. It in the other way. It was either in general or text. It will be converting into number.
Okay. But into the home tab, when we look at the number format, it is showing as text.
Still showing text, no issues. But
Yeah.
let me take you through. If I go and do some calculations, take an example, equal to this cell plus 2. So my answer is coming up. Can you see that?
Right. Yes.
Why it is showing as text? Because the source data was in text format. That's why still
Hmm.
it is recognizing as a text, but technically it is converted to number and you can do all your rest of your calculations. Don't worry.
Oh,
Right.
got it.
All right. So first problem solution we have received. Now come to the extreme right, whatever the column you have, naming called year. Check it out. In the year column, friends, you will be finding a error called any random cell. If you pick it up, it is having the error called hash value. And if you look at that error cell and open the formula, you can see there is a predefined year formula over here. And in our day one, we have already seen there is a formula in our Excel naming called year. By default, it is there. But the problem is that year column is depending upon the date column. So it is a pretty simple message we receive that in our date column, the date is not in proper format. That's why my year is not fetching the value. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So now let us focus with our date column. So keep your cursor in the first date value of your date column and select the rest. Now, what is the problem with our date column? Can somebody identify that?
It's in a general format.
Uh,
Forward slash.
okay. Anybody else?
sir, separator the
Huh.
Separator
So
forward
basically,
slash.
yes, the problem with the date separator. DDMMYY, MMDDYY, that's not a problem. But only problem is the separator. So day one, we have already discussed. What is the ideal separators we should take? Either the hyphen or dash symbol or the forward slash. Apart from these two, anything else is there, dot, underscore, space, or the backslash, that is not going to be considered as a proper date format. So now, selecting the date, go for Control H. So Control H will be giving you find and replace box. Find what? What we need to find? We need to find the dots. Now, replace with what? There are two options. We can take hyphen, we can take slash. So which one we are supposed to take? I'll tell you. Always go for your bottom right corner of your system and check in your system what is the date format separator is there. So since my system contains the hyphen, I would be replacing to hyphen. If your system contains slash, you go and check, change the slash option, and then go for replace all. And immediately you will be finding a message stating that all done, 1658 replacements also done over here. Click OK and close this find and replace and check your year column which was showing the errors. Now no more errors. It is just fetching the values properly. So please confirm you are getting that.
Yes, sir.
Right.
For me, I'm finding a error.
No problem. We'll see that. Give me
I'll
a
share my.
yes. Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah, I've done that.
Right. So this is what the people It is just a learning factor for everyone. Please stay focused on your screen also. Sometimes you may receive this kind of error, though you have opted the right method or options, whatever we discussed. Still, some cases you will be finding the errors in place. You can see hash values or blanks or some kind of errors will be there. So what we need to do, we have to go for one more step of data cleansing. So Yash, please go to your date column again. Yeah, keep the cursor in the first date. Select the rest, Control Shift down arrow key. Yeah.
Yep.
Go to data from the ribbon, data from the menu. Yeah. Text to column, text to column. Yeah. There you go. Don't change anything. Just go to next button. Yeah. Again, click next. And here stay focused. Our data is there general, so you have to convert into date. And towards your right side of the date, immediately a drop down is there. What is showing?
MDY.
You need to change to DMY. If it is showing DMY, you have to change to MDY. This is the only change you have to do. So change to DMY and click finish and click finish. So now you see when you look at your data, there is no more further errors. If you scroll down, which was showing the error earlier, now it is no more having the errors. Check it out.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So this is how you are supposed to do the data cleansing over there whenever you download the data from SAP or ERP system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome. Well, people, I believe everybody is clear in our data cleansing too, what we did, the operation. Any doubt, any queries?
Yeah, why did you suggest that better go for the date format in your system? Like, is there a rule or something?
Yeah. The reason I told you, because sometimes what it happens, the moment you receive the data, the person who has created the data might be in MMDD format, but your system, you might be having DDMM format. So he's having a date separator, having slash. You might be operating with your hyphen. Could be the case. But all are having the date format only. Only thing is the format pattern is changing. So this is the reason why to avoid the further troubles, it is always go and replace with your system format separator.
So it's like a best practice.
Yes, you can say that.
Okay.
Right. Yes, people. Any other questions from anybody? What we did, is it clear? And this is very, very essential, people don't spend time to understand the data. They directly jump into the solution, then finally they find the trouble. Again, they come back to the source data and they do this kind of operations. So when you follow the rhythm properly, you can save some time and you can bring more confidence upon your data also. All right. So now one thing over here, we have understood the procedures, how to clean up the data. But what I suggest is all the time, ensure that though you have complied with all the steps properly, still ensure that your columns are cleaned. There is no unclean data remained over here. But how to ensure that we have got a large volume of data? So the best way is keep your cursor in the header and activate the filter. So to activate filter, go for a simple keyboard shortcut, Control Shift L. So when you go for Control Shift and L, this is a keyboard shortcut. It's a toggle key to activate and to deactivate also. Filter. Check it out. Is it working? If you press together, Control Shift L to activate or deactivate filter. It's a toggle key. And once you activate filter here, what you can do, people, go to the date column filter and check. In this filter criteria, is there any error? So rather checking by scrolling down for 10,000 times, better you can go and scroll 2-3 times in the filter area. So in this filter area, if you scroll, if at all any error is there, that will be visible, like blanks or hash value or errors or dates, anything will be there, it will be visible. If it is not there, it is a simple message, my data is cleaned. Similarly, go to the year column also and check in the filter criteria. Is there any error in this array? And if it is not available, my year column is also cleaned. So kindly confirm all of you have got your data cleaned.
Yes, I just noticed that our year column has a comma in it.
Of course, we are going to deal with that. Don't worry. That is our next step.
Okay.
All right, friends. So now data is cleaned, but the problem is if you look at our year column cannot be having a separator called comma, because comma is allowed only in two cases. Either we can go for currency or numbers. You can use comma as a separator, but not in the case of years. So what you need to do over here, I will tell you. If you remember, I told you yesterday some keyboard shortcuts for our format change purpose. What are they? Let me first remind you. To convert any format to number format. What was that? Anybody? To convert any format to number format.
Sir, शायद control shift 1.
हाँ, very good. शायद नहीं वही है. Be confident. Don't be शायद and all.
मेरे confused थी, currency वाला पता था,
Okay.
percentage.
बहुत
वो
बढ़िया.
नहीं पता था.
ठीक है, no problem. That comes out of your practice only. But I'm glad that you remembered at least. Anyway, Control Shift 1 to convert any format to number format. Similarly, we discussed one more format to convert any format to date.
Control Shift 3.
Very good. To convert any format to percentage.
Control Shift 5.
Very good. Similarly, today we are going to discuss over here any point of time to convert any format to general format. If you see on your keyboards, everybody, you can see on your left side of your tab key above to that. Can you see one infinitive kind of symbol keys there? So this is called technically tilde key, Tilde. Very, very rarely you would have used or hardly you would have ever used also. But this key is also having a usage. What is that? This key with the combination when you go for control and shift. So control, shift and tilde is nothing but to convert any format to general format. Check it out. When you go and select your year completely and control, shift and tilde, do you see? It has converted the entire format, removed all the comma symbols and turned into general format. Is it working?
Yes.
Right. So this is how we have understood from our data clean tool how to clean up our data, making it ready to the next level so that we'll not be facing any trouble in the further course of action. Now, coming to next sheet, data clean 3. So I believe everybody is able to access our day one recordings and you did practice also.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
चलो कितने साहब हाँ बोल रही है दो कंफर्मेशन मिला. How about the others? Okay, Anuradha is also saying yes. Very good. Yeah.
Sorry, sir, I did not get time to practice actually. I'm preparing for CFA.
Okay.
तो एग्जाम अभी 2 हफ्ते में, तो I did not get the time to practice.
CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All the best. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Fine then. All these things are needed whenever time permits after the exam. You have the recordings, but don't forget to practice all these things. That is very, very essential. All right. Fine then. So let us go for proceeding with our data clean 3 people. Fine. So over here, let me take you through the data, what we have with us. Sometimes what it happens, friends, when you are working with your routine activities, we receive our data from different platforms. You don't get our data all the time in Excel. Some different formats also we get it. Like we get it in a Word document. Sometimes we receive in Notepad. Sometimes we receive an Excel file in CSV format, comma separate value. Sometimes we receive in PDF format. Sometimes we get it as SQL table or MS Access database. So different formats of data we receive. And when you see the other platform, the data seems to be well tabulated, well organized, and well formatted. But when you copy the data and paste in Excel for further analysis, that goes completely haywire. And what happens? All of a sudden, you notice that, or you'd have also seen, row heights will be increased, column width will be increased, data will be scattered completely here and there. We don't have any control in the data. And now our problem starts. Unless and until we bring the data together at one place, we cannot work further. So we have got something like this. So I will take you through that. Now, suppose say our friend Yash and Jay, I'm taking the same two examples what I took yesterday. Okay. Now, suppose say our friend Jay is working with a bank portal in his laptop. He has opened a bank software or logged in, and he's working with the bank platform. Okay. And he has seen that the entire bank name, bank account number, bank code, everything is well tabulated, well formatted, and he has exported the data into Excel, and he has closed that bank portal, and he has come back to that Excel file what he has saved it. And when he is watching the data, he could notice that entire data is dumped into one single cell, like bank name, bank code, bank account number, everything dumps into a single cell. So like that, 10,000 entries are there. Now Joy felt for a while that this is not my cup of tea, and he immediately called up to Yash because Yash is one of his teammates. So he called up to Yash. So he asked him that, Yash, I have got the data like this. Just get me only the bank codes in the next column. I repeat, data is there like this 10,000 cases, and Jay is asking to Yash to get the bank codes only in the next column. So in that case, how will I do that job? Or if our friend Yash is there, how he's going to do that? So let's first ask the question to Yash. So Yash, what will be your move in that case? How you are going to get the data on the bank codes in the next column?
I don't have an answer, but then if I had really to do it, then I would have gone for the delimit function
Uh-huh.
with the space separator.
Okay. Good one.
And then I would have deleted the unwanted.
Okay. So if you do that, I'm doing it immediately. Okay. So what is going to happen? When you go for delimited to separate, somewhere the bank code in column H, somewhere it in I, somewhere it in G, somewhere it in F. So again, you have to work with individual cells to get all the bank codes. Do you agree with me?
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. So that will be quite time consuming job.
Definitely.
So Jay, do you have that much of patience to give that much of time to Yash?
No.
Definitely, nobody will be having that. So this is not working. This is ruled out. Now, anybody else being a friend to Yash in our group would like to give a helping hand? No problem. Anybody being voluntarily come forward. हितेशा, क्या बोलती हैं आप? हेल्प करना चाहेंगे?
नहीं आता सर.
ओके, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम. आई अप्रिशिएट योर ऑनेस्ट आंसर. अनुराधा, व्हाट अबाउट यू? Sridhar, would you mind trying that?
Maybe sir, text to column.
हाँ, वही तो हमने किया, टेक्स्ट टू कॉलम. यश ने तो खुद ही उन्होंने बताया टेक्स्ट टू कॉलम. जो डिलिमिटेड वाला ऑप्शन था वही टेक्स्ट टू कॉलम ही था.
Acha, I thought it was like space or something.
No, in delimited, see, delimiter is nothing but your space. So space, comma, hyphen, slash, these all are called as your delimiters only. चलो ठीक है. मान लीजिए our friend Yash has got this automatically. He tried and he got the failure over here. Immediately he approached to one of the person in the corporate who knows Excel bit better. In each and every corporate, you will be finding one guy or more than one guy will be there who has got good stronghold or knowledge in Excel, isn't it? And we approach to them. Now, suppose say take an example. In our case, our friend Hitisha, she is having good knowledge of Excel. Hitisha, don't take it personal. I'm just taking your name for the story. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Right. So one thing for sure, people, you would be also noticing the person who knows Excel bit better, they work with a different attitude. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. Now, when our friend Yash approached to Hitisha, what she said, she gave a beautiful formula, which is the combination of nothing but if, len, made, find, if error, and then search. And it is not ending up with close parentheses, it is ending up with a curly braces like this, which is completely the beyond of our understanding of our Yash. So immediately Yash asked a question, Hitisha, could you please help me in understanding the logic of this formula? So what Hitisha shared, that see, Yash, you needed a help, I did it, but I have my own work to also do. So if you're really interested knowing about the logic, please call me after 5:30. Definitely I would be helping you. Now 5:30, he has to wait. So without understanding the logic, when our friend Yash applied this formula, sometimes it works, sometimes it fails. Why? Because our data is not of consistent type. Why text to column fails? Because space is not consistent. Somewhere it is 4, somewhere it is 5, somewhere it is 7. Do you agree with me, Yash?
That's right.
Right.
Yes.
So when this is also not working, now our friend Yash got frustrated, but he has to deliver the job. He has no other option. Then he has come back to the original track, leaving everything. What is that? Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. He just end up the job doing like this, but copy paste for 10,000 times. Just imagine how much time it will be taking for him. Yes.
Lifetime.
Well, so make a rough estimate. At least we can quantify
At least a day's job.
minimum. Now,
Yes.
Jay, do you have that much of patience to wait for one day for this kind of task to be delivered?
No,
Not
absolutely
at
not.
all. But Joy doesn't have any other options because his best teammate is asking for one day time. So somewhere he's not convinced, but he has no other option. So that impacts a lot. Though our friend Yash is able to deliver the job, but that leaves a question mark about the productivity or efficiency of our friend Yash, and that is going to give a negative impressions in the KRA report. And when KRA report is negative, that is going to give an impact in the appraisal system also. Complete chain reaction. Can you feel that? Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So we have to be very careful about all these things, people. People are there making an opinion, of course, all the time. Even though you are quite working hard and you are giving your best all to your jobs, but unless and until you do the smart work and you are unable to save your time, definitely you will be losing these things. Let's go for it now. Now just imagine that entire one day job, what our friend just estimated to do the job over here, if I could make it happen for this only in 10 seconds, trust me, in 10 seconds, how much of quality time we are going to save? A lot, isn't it? So let's see how to do this job. Just 1 minute, watch my screen, what I'm doing, observe. Next 1 minute, I'll be giving time to you to work with. See, as we understand the data, almost all the cases, the bank code is there at the extreme end. Can you see that?
Yes.
So one thing we understood that there is a pattern over here. The bank codes are appearing at the end of the statement. Okay, no problem. I did one thing. I have gone to my first set of data. I selected my bank code. I copied that. I went to the next column. I pasted it. And then on my keyboard, I simply press it. Control E, E for engine. See the beauty. Like a magic show, in your blink of your eyes, your data will be populated for entire 10,000 records. Give it a try. Right, people? Are you getting the same? So what is this control E? This is nothing but one of the artificial intelligence feature of Microsoft Excel, naming called flash fill. And this is available only if you are there in 2013 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. Earlier it was not there. And this is how this is the job it is going to deliver for you. So all of you are able to bring this bank codes in the next column. Any doubt, any queries? Now, the moment I have got it over here, okay, so this is called keyboard shortcut Control E. Now, suppose say you can ask me a question, Prabhas, I am a bit doubtful or I have a kind of different feeling about the keyboard shortcuts. I'm not comfortable using the same. I believe always working in the menu driven keyboard command.
So,
Yeah,
I have a question.
please. पूछिए. Yes,
Sir?
yes, I can hear you. पूछिए. Is it Hitesha? The question you heard right? People able to hear me? My audio is reaching to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I guess Hitesha is having some problem. All right. So Hitesha, when you come back, you can ask me the question. No problem. If you're able to hear me. Fine then. Now suppose say take an example over here. If you believe or if you are kind of a fear of remembering all the keyboard shortcuts and you still always working with the menu driven commands, so you can ask me a question, Prabhas, can I see somewhere this flash fill in the ribbon menu options? Yes, we do have. Where? In the home tab, if you see there is this down arrow key sigma below sigma, you'll be finding a symbol naming called fill. Within that, you have an option called flash fill. So this is location number one in the home tab, fill, flash fill. Now, location number two, if you go to data menu, next to text to column, we do have an option called flash fill. So in the data, next to text to column, this is what the option called flash fill. And this is what the same keyboard shortcut, Control E. All right. So these are the two locations, my friends. You can find always this flash fill options is available. And as I told you, this is there only in 2013 and above versions of Microsoft Excel. Earlier it was not there. So now the question is, knowing about this tool, Yash, are you happy?
Super happy.
Definitely.
But I have a question.
We'll discuss that. We'll discuss that. Give me a moment. We'll discuss that.
Okay.
Don't worry. Now coming to the next, our friend Jay. So Jay, are you happy having a teammate like Yash who does the work with no time? Right, Jay? Are you there? Able to hear me? Okay, no problem. Yes, Yash, you can ask your question.
Okay. So for the locations that you have mentioned for the flash fill, under the home tab, there is a fill and then flash fill. To
Right.
use that, I still need to copy the first bank code to
Yes.
the C4 location, and
Yes.
then I select the flash fill.
Absolutely.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So that operation is nothing but instead of Control E, you have to go there and you have to operate. But operation copying and pasting, that is necessary. That is the first step you have to always do.
Okay.
Right. Now, friends, the moment you go for flash fill, the moment you go for flash fill, you cannot apply flash fill with any type of data. You need to always follow four rules. So what are those rules? Very, very essential. Please stay focused on my screen and understand first. Don't worry, don't be hurry in making a note. I'll be copying and pasting in the chat box. Don't worry about it. You'll be getting that. So rule number one, I will first explain flash fill rules. Okay, Just give me a moment. I'll be explaining that. So rule number one, it says that ensure there is a blank column. There is a blank column next to data column. Means if your column B is containing the data, column C has to be blank. If column C is also containing data, you have to insert a blank column. That is what the first rule. Ensure there is a blank column next to the data column. Rule one is clear. Yes, friends, could you please confirm in the chat box why for yes? Whatever the rule we discussed, ensure there is a blank column next to the data column. The first rule of our flash fill. We are clear. Rule number two. After flash fill, make paste special values. What does it mean? Like, I have got my data ready. I will select, I will copy, I'll go for right click upon the same. I'll be getting one option called paste special. I will click that and then a dialog box appears where I have to choose values. Is it really necessary? Is it really mandatory to go for this rule? Yes. The reason is, I'll tell you, if you have extracted some data by using flash fill, you save the file, no doubt. Tomorrow when you reopen, there might be a chance the data will get changed. The data, if it is contain numbers, numbers will be diluted. Could be the case also. So this is the reason why to safeguard our data, essential rule number two over here is called making paste special values. And the moment we go for this, this is our rule number two. So hope rule number two is clear. After flash will make paste special values. Right. Now, rule number three, create data header only after step two only, or only after step two, you can say. So what does it mean? Like, suppose say, I have created my data header first, bank code like this, and I started operating my flash fill. It will not work properly. The reason is Excel will understand this is your base data and flash fill will not work in a proper fashion. So this is the reason why first you create your data, then go for paste special value, then go for creating the data header. So step three is nothing but create your data header only after step two. So after making paste special value only, you have to create your data header. Now rule number four is ensure there is no formula on data column. So in column B, no cell should contain a formula. If at all formula is there, flash fill will not work. So again, you have to go for selecting the data column, making it copy paste special value, then only flash fill will work. So these are the four rules you have to always keep in your mind whenever you go for flash fill. So I'm just copying and pasting the rules. You can also copy paste on your working files. If at all any question in or if at all any difficulties in understanding any of the rules, you can ask me.
Can you explain the
Second rule,
yeah.
select your data, copy the same, right click upon the same, paste special you'll be getting, click on that, and you need to choose the option values. So that when you save your file tomorrow, when you reopen, the data will not get changed. It will remain static.
So we can lock the column also. That can work in this case.
You want to locking the column. Even though you lock the column, that is a different properties. And what we are doing, that is a different scenario. So even though you lock your column, the properties is locking the column only, but the data will get diluted. The property, because the data remains in the cell value. So cell value can be diluted.
Okay, even cell can be also locked, sir.
Cell,
Just ask.
yeah. Cell cannot be locked, we can say. In the technical terms, we can lock three things. One, we can protect our workbook, we can protect our worksheet, we can protect a specific data range in Excel worksheet. So data range may be a series of cells or it may be some non-contiguous cells, could be the case.
Okay.
Yeah. But all these things can be protected. All right. So far clear, people? Any questions from anybody?
So I need
that
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
no, you go first.
Thanks. So I need one help on my system. Page specialist grayed out. I'm not able to use it.
Okay. Could
Help
you,
me?
yeah,
Well,
could you please
same
share
issue
it?
for me, sir.
Yeah.
It only shows the text option. The value option is not there.
Okay, because you have forgotten to copy that. First you copy, then only paste special will be activated.
Oh,
It's a simple thing. Again, I have to go to standard one.
thank you.
Yeah.
Sir,
Jay?
can we use Alt TSP option for step 2?
Yeah, that is what the keyboard shortcut. You can, after copying that, you can go for it. Alt ESB. Alt E for edit, S for paste special, value for values, V for values. If you're using that, well and good. So can I take that? So far, whatever we are discussed, it's clear.
Sir, one more query is there.
Please ask.
I have select only numbers from that column. We have taken the only last digits, but
Right.
I have taken the numbers from that column, and I have used Control plus C. But at some column, there is value showing in plus, value showing in between plus.
Okay, so you're talking about the account numbers, which is there in the middle. You have taken
Yes,
that.
yes.
Don't worry.
Yes.
That will discuss. That will discuss. Don't worry. So
Okay.
whatever we discussed so far, is it clear?
Yes.
That's what we want. So can I take that? We are clear with our first step of our flash fill operation. Any doubt? Any queries?
Sir, I have one.
Yes, Sridhar.
Actually, when I trying to make any checklist in Excel also, same thing. I was my colleague is sending the bullet points in the chat in the Skype, and I have copy and paste. So I am sharing my screen. Right now, I am copying this 4 lab, that notes. I'm pasting. Same issue I am facing that this space has been created. This one I will delete. One of my colleagues must send bullet points in chat,
Right.
and I'm preparing checklist in Excel. When I paste here, take this space. How to remove this space and
It's not space. It's not space. It is just creating the row height increasing and column width is increasing. So it is not creating the space. Okay. And first of all, when you look at it is of multiple cell properties. It is not just one cell properties you will be going and working with multiple cell properties, right? Now, if you want to have them in a proper fashion, what you can do, instead of copying and pasting directly in Excel, go for undo one time. I'll tell you, go for undo. One more undo. Yeah. So what I suggest is if you want to retain without impairing your data from Excel sheets or Excel row heights or column width, I will suggest you one thing. Do one thing. Go to insert. Yeah. There is an option called shapes. Can you see that? Shapes option is there. Shapes.
Sure.
Yeah, click on that. Choose one rectangle out of this rectangle. In the rectangle category, first option. Yeah, go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in rectangle category, first option or rectangle shape, you can choose. Yeah, click that and draw that rectangle.
Like this.
Yeah, you just draw it like you draw. Yeah, go for towards your right little bit, towards right also. Yeah, now leave this.
Sure.
Right. Now just type some random ABC. Now Control A and Control V, V for paste. Right. So entire thing, it will be appearing over here. If you do not want such kind of disturbances to happen, but you want to maintain some notes like this is the best way to maintain.
Yeah. The chart. You can get it once. It's a square boxes get in checklist format or
Yeah,
not that.
checklist, bullet points, and all those things, everything you can maintain in this fashion. So any point of time, if it is not needed, you can simply take this out to the right side. It's movable because you can bring it top, left, right, anywhere you want, you can put it across. So it will be easy for
But
you. Sorry?
what ABC के बाद हमने क्या किया था ABC के बाद copy paste.
Yeah, just whatever we had copied, that alone we have pasted. So ABC, just randomly I have typed data. So ensure that my cursor is there inside the text box. So मेरा cursor text box के अंदर है या shape के अंदर है. मुझे ये confirm करना था इसलिए मैंने ABC type किया. All right.
और एक सवाल था जब हम कौन से भी एप्लीकेशन से डेटा हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं ना तो ये जो डेट फॉर्मेट होता है ये डबल फॉर 786 जो आप टेकल जैसे डिस्कस किया था ना तो उस फॉर्मेट में आता था तो उसको हमें चेंज करके करना था मतलब वो मतलब बहुत सारे यहाँ पे थाउजेंड टेन नंबर्स ऑफ ईयर डेटा तो हम उसको चेंज करते हैं तो कंट्रोल शिफ्ट
3.
3 जब
हाँ, हाँ, Control Shift 3. हो गया?
लेकिन ये सर अगर मैं ये मेल में शेयर करूंगा अपने मेरे कलीग को तो उसके बाद भी यही डेटा रहेगा तो वहाँ पे फिर से वो चेंज हो रहा था मतलब
Obviously, see, date format will be compatible with your system format, but date value will remain the same. Don't worry, date value will not get changed. ऐसा नहीं है कि 1 अप्रैल बन जाएगा 4 जनवरी. 1 अप्रैल will never turn into 4 January. It will be there 1 April. But some cases it will show 0104, some cases it will show 01 April APRIL. Depend. Depends upon your control panel settings and regional settings. So there is no problem at all. At the end of the day, the value will remain the same. Right. Welcome. Fine then. So I'm taking the control back on the screen. I believe that everybody is clear so far, whatever we have discussed, people. Now, the next thing is where else we can use this flash fill operations. Let's have a look over here. One thing. Then we'll come back to this data again one more time. So if you just go for right click on the sheet tabs of any sheet tabs on right click upon the same, unhide button is there. You'll be finding. Okay. There is a sheet called text challenge. Kindly go and select and click OK. So you'll be finding a text challenge sheet will be turning up on your screen. Please confirm you got your text challenge sheet turns up. Now, Once you have the same, please stay focused on my screen. Most of the time, what it happens, friends, you would have also noticed when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, your vendor name, customer name, or employee name, it comes always in two different columns. You would have also noticed. So what it happens looking at the same, my boss is quite annoying and he's telling me, Prabhas, why the name is appearing in two different columns? Why don't you maintain in one column? Well, so I need to do one exercise. I need to combine the data if it appears like this. So what we do to do conjoining or combining multiple cell strings? What we do, our experts, they suggest us go for a formula called concatenate. You would have heard of that also. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So this is what they suggest. This also works fine. This is one of the formula of Microsoft Excel predefined, but I don't recommend this. This is for your understanding. There is a formula, but don't use this. The reason is the formula is a bit lengthy. So file size is also heavy. So instead of that, the best practice what we can do, we can go for equal to first name, use the ampersand symbol or and symbol to concatenate, to conjoin or combine. And when I go for last name to combine with, problem is my data is combined, no doubt, but it becomes one word. But technically, Hari and Shadow is two different words. So lacking is one space. So how to bring the space? See the building. I will go for first name, ampersand. I need a space. In any formula, space you cannot define just like that. You have to take the help of two double inverted quotes or double quotation marks. And within that, a space you can define. So space will be combined with the first name, no doubt. But we have got last name also to combine with. So ampersand one more time, last name, and see the beauty. So this is how we have understood how to concatenate, how to combine, how to conjoin multiple cell strings with a simple ampersand sign. Check it out. Is it working? Now, once we have done with this is the best option till yesterday you can consider. But today, when you are working with the upgraded versions, I don't recommend this also. See the beauty what you can do. If you have the situation like this, I don't need to go for such a formula and function based result. What we can do is simply we go to the next column, we'll type Hari space shadow and Control E, done. Can you see? No formula, no function, a simple keyboard shortcut is doing the job for you. So this is one more place where you can apply flash fill, right? Check how your speed is going to increase because of flash fill. You can imagine now, right? Hope you got a clarity where else we can use flash fill, right? Similarly, if you happen to do this data separation, we used to go for text to column. But today, since we are working with the higher grade versions of our Excel, we don't need to go for text to columns and I'll waste your time. See the data, if it is there in this format, the entire data in one column, I need to separate first name in one column, last name in other column. So I can go to next column immediately, type Hari over there, the format I want, And next again, I'll go for Sadu over here. Hurry, Control E, Sadu, Control E, done. So two keyboard shortcuts immediately. My entire 10,000 records also it is there. It can be separated with a blink of your eyes. So this is how the beauty people, 90% cases, whenever there is a need to do the data cleansing action, you can always depend upon this tool called Flash Fill. And this is available only in 2013 and above, and the keyboard shortcut is Control E. Hope it is clear what we discussed. So any doubt or query so far? Hope you got a clarity. Now, where else the situation we can use this kind of flash fill tool? Fine then. Let us come back to our data clean 3. So now suppose say our friend Yash, he has presented the data having the bank codes in one column. And we know one thing. When Joy is happy getting all the data, immediately he appreciates the work of Yash. What happens next now? If boss is happy, what happens next? As we discussed yesterday, expectation.
More work
Absolutely.
will flow.
Yes. Expectation level goes high and workload increases. The same thing happened with our friend Yash also. So now Jay is saying, okay, thank you so much. Yes, you got me this bank code. Can you please get me the bank account numbers? So if you see the bank account number somewhere in the middle of the statements, so how to get that? You know now? So let's do a practice. Bring the bank account numbers. First thing first, rule number one. What is that I told you? Next to the data, column should be blank. So since we do not have a blank column, create a blank column. How to create a blank column? Alt I C, I for insert, C for columns. So Alt I C one by one, you can see a blank column will be inserted. Did you get that? Now, what we need to do? We need to go and copy our bank account number. So when I go for copy, I need to paste it. And what is the keyboard shortcut? Control E, right? That is what we discussed. So when you do that, just check, are you getting your bank account numbers properly, people?
No.
So what is the challenge over here you are getting?
Format.
So what kind of formatting problem?
It should be in numbers, but then it's in general.
Okay. So it's in general, you believe. Okay. Anybody else would like to give some answer on this? Well, I will tell you. The moment you go for this, first question it arises, whether flash fill is working or not. What's your belief? Yes,
It's
people?
working. Working.
Yes. Flash fill is working. That's why we are able to get the data. But the data output, whatever it comes, it is not up to the mark or it's not up to our desired format. That is the problem. Well, why this kind of problems are appearing? Let's go and discuss first certain things about the Excel limitations. So let me take you through that. No need to do anything. Just look at my screen, please. Whenever we are working in Excel, you would have noticed okay, if I go and type a number, how many characters are there? If I want to know or I want to see, we have a formula in our Excel naming called len. So if I go for len, how many characters is there? This is going to be displayed 10 characters. Okay. And you able to see all the characters, right?
Yes.
Now, if I go and type one more extra character, so total becomes 11. All the characters are visible. We are able to read what is the characters we have.
Yes.
If I go and increase one more, now what's the status? Now able to see, able to read the data? No. So what you have understood from this exercise that Excel is able to read your data if it is there up to maximum 11 characters, and if it is in number format, it can hold the data only up to 11 characters. But now I am not worried about my format. I am just worried about my data. Whatever the data it is, though it is number, text, or general, that doesn't bother me, but I should read my data. So if you want to retain your data in readable format, though it is a number too, how to bring it? The same data, what we can do, if I want to make it in proper readable format, I need to convert into text. So anything you store with apostrophe. So I'll go to the data. I will put it across in the beginning, one apostrophe, that is your single quote. And the moment I hit enter, can you see now all the characters are readable, even though it is more than 11 characters, but I could see my data. I could read my data. And this is a pretty simple message. Can you see one green color flag symbol is there? So it is a self-implied message. My data is there in text. No issues. I can read my data. That is what my concern. I'm able to do it. Correct? So this is what we need to understand over here. So the moment you go for flash fill, why it was not getting the values properly? Because it is trying to store the data in number format. So we are working with a bank account number, and even though bank account number starts with zero, those zero is also having its importance, its role. Do you agree?
Yes.
So we should maintain that zeros. We should retain that zero. So that's the reason why what you have understood, whenever you go for flash fill for the numbers, especially exclusively your bank code or bank account number or employee code or anything where you're dealing exclusively with the numbers, then copy that. While you are pasting it, just hit apostrophe once, then paste. So anything you store with apostrophe, it will be stored as a text. This is predefined by Microsoft Excel. We are not doing anything extraordinary activities over here. And now go to that first cell, Control E. Now see the beauty. Any case over here, if you see the account number, if it starts with zero also, those zeros are also retained as it is. So that is how people, whenever you go for exclusive the numbers, you have to define the flash fill in this pattern. And as I told you, rule number two, what is that? Once you got your data, select it, copy it, and go for paste special, right click, paste special values. Then rule number three, create your data header, bank account number. All right. Now, if you do not want this green color flag symbols, if it is still annoying, select the same. Go for this yellow color symbol. Don't go for convert to number. Go for ignore error. So your data will be cleaned and it will be retained as it is, whatever the format you are expecting. And even though the data is there in the middle, Now we got a confidence that we can still bring the data by using flash fill. So just try this out. This is one of the query somebody asked me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So flash fill, how to use, what is the rules, what is the keyboard shortcut, what is the pattern, how to create it, we got a clarity. Any questions, do let me know.
Yes, for the bank code, I was just going through the cell number B18, and the bank code is, yes, 33. But then the right one is, I think, CHASUS 33.
No,
But
no,
it has taken only numbers.
no,
Is it?
no.
Okay.
See, if you see the pattern, the bank codes, all the places, though it is there in the last, after last space, whatever it is, that is what your bank code. So here, CH alphanumeric is there, but this is not a bank code. This is something else. So it's not
Okay.
necessary that everything, whatever it is extracted, is a bank code. So if you see in the previous case also, no need to go for B18, you go for B10 also. If you B13, you look at, it is not a bank code because in that data, there is no bank code at all. Can you see that?
Yeah,
It is
got it.
containing only the bank account number. So Flashfill doesn't understand which is my bank code and which is my bank account number. It is just filling a pattern. Because as I told you in the beginning, this is one of the artificial intelligence tool. Did you define any logic in the previous case? Did we define any of our logic? No. We just copied and pasted the data, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
when we go for copied and pasted the data, it establishes a relationship from the data to the output. How, what is the relationship? It is inbuilt. It is created by itself. And it will vary from case to case depending upon the data. There is no standalone rule for this. But in our case, if you understand the rule, it is always taking in the bank code case that after last space, whatever the data is there, it has to fill up, it has to extract. And that is what the pattern it is filling over here. So flash
Okay.
fill is nothing but pattern filling. So first data, what you create, that is going to create a pattern in the backend of flash fill. And when you go for Control E, same pattern is filling to the down and toward up also.
Okay.
Yeah. So data clean 3, I believe this is clear, people. Yep. Fine then. Now we'll go for our next. It's called data fill. So we have got two data sets. So go for the first one, which is there towards your left. So let me take you through the data, what we have with us. So we have a problem area written over here. That's for your understanding. You can delete that cell, no problem. Suppose say, take an example. My boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire revenue report. I gave the respective T codes in the SAP system. I could generate a report having near about 50,000 records like this, 50,000 line item records like this. Like store detail, city wise, these are the products we have sold to our customers, and this is the revenue in terms of lakhs or crores. We have made it. Complete picture is there. Like this 50,000 records. My boss, when I show him the data, he is not happy with this. And he's telling me, Prabhas, I don't need entire data. Keep it with you. I just want to see only the records related to vanilla powder. So 50,000 records are there. Out of that, only vanilla powder records related data over here my boss wants to see. So what we do in that case, when you have a huge data, you want to showcase some specific information out of that. Right, people? Hope my question is clear.
Yeah.
क्या करते हैं?
Well, normally I would just create a new sheet and copy paste. So Control F, and I would find vanilla powder data and I would copy paste it to a new sheet.
Oh,
That's the normal thing.
No problem.
I
no
would
problem.
do at least.
Okay, that's fine. Vijaya will use pivot table. Vijaya, you did not get my question then. See, my boss never wanted to have the total revenue of vanilla powder. He just asked me the vanilla powder related records only. So basically, when you have a huge data, if you are looking for some specific information, what we do, we go for a filter, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you are thinking so much of complex things. I'd ask a very simple question, right? So we'll go for a filter. Now, how do you apply filter? We learned something, right? In the previous example from the case of our data clean 2, if you remember how to apply filter, what is the shortcut?
Control Shift L.
Right. Then what we do, we go to product description column, we go for application of filter, like select all to deselect, and which product we are looking for, vanilla powder. So I'll go for vanilla powder over here. Is it there? Yes. And our vanilla powder related records are ready. Pretty simple, right? राइट हितिशा, कितना आसान था ये कॉपी करके कंट्रोल एफ करने का थोड़ा जरूरत है बोलो.
Right.
Yes. Vijay, do you really need a pivot? So things are ready, isn't it? So now, if we are doing like this, the filter actions people, from today onwards, we are going to stop doing it. Because what we did, this is not accepted for a professionals like us. Nothing wrong in the output. Yeah.
Lookup can be used here.
No lookup and all. Lookup, what will do? Lookup formula will be giving you only the first record. I want all the vanilla powder related records.
Then we will use sum if.
Sum if again giving the total. That's what the pivot table also Vijay answered. I said no for that, right? So first try to understand. There is nothing wrong in the output. What we showed, that is what my boss is looking for. But the action of filter, I do not accept it. That is not recommended. So the way we have done the operation of filter, this is accepted only for the people or a student of standard 5 student, or suppose say the person who is the beginner of Excel. If he is doing this kind of operation, that is accepted, but not for us, the professional like us, who is the core user of Excel. So this is the place where we have to make some improvement. So how to do the same job quickly with no time? See, first 1 minute, watch my screen. I will take my mouse pointer. I'll go to vanilla powder. I'll go for right click. I'll go for filter. I'll choose selected cell value. Done. Can you see that? Sometimes in mouse also we can do or deliver quickly. So this is what the beauty. What happens? Same filter operation. Vanilla powder only filtered. Filter buttons activated, but no select all, deselect and all those things. Direct options. Give it a try. Is it quick in mouse? What do you feel? So, chali. Vanilla powder, filter, selected cells value. This is what our friend Hitisha suppose she has presented. To whom? To our friend suppose say Jay. Jay is not happy with that. Why?
स्टोर डिटेल में लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे जो सिटीज थे वो नहीं आए ना.
बढ़िया, आप तो स्मार्ट हो. अच्छा लगा जान के. So this is what the people are demanding, and this is what they will be objecting. And once you presented this, this is what the demand will be there from the other side, and expectation also will be there from the other side. So now the question is, can our friend Hitisha ask a question in return to Jay, stating that, Jay, why you are asking the job to do in installments? Why can't you tell it at once? You could have asked me, store wise, I want to see vanilla powder related records. Something I would have done, I could have got the report. So first you asked me vanilla powder, I got it. Now again you're asking store wise details. So can our friend Hitisha tell like this to the superior, to the boss?
नहीं.
बिल्कुल नहीं, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है. Yes or no? Everybody agrees for that, what I'm saying? So now what you have understood from the entire discussion, when boss has asked vanilla powder related records, that was just a demand. But when our friend Hitisha is going to present it, she should have presented along with the store detail. That was the expectation. So in corporates, demand will be less, but expectation will be always high. So if you want to make a difference at your workplace, you have to exceed the expectation. Demand तो हर कोई fulfill करेगा ही करेगा. There is no other goal. But to stand out of the crowd, you have to exceed the expectation. So now, why my store detail column is missing? Because in our store detail column, except the first row, rest of the cells are blank. Unless and until we do the treatment with these blank cells having the same store name populated or city name populated to the rest of blank cells, our data is of no use. So how to make our data ready for next level? Since we have got 50,000 records, so how to do the application for multiple store details, multiple city details with no time? Let's discuss. So keep your cursor, do it along with me. Keep your cursor in store detail column header. Okay. Now select the store detail column completely over here. Then go to Control G, G for gamma, go to dialog box aega. And then over here, we have a command called special. Go for it. This is what we have already seen in our data clean one also, nothing new. Go for over here, blanks. Once you select blanks, click OK. You will be finding from the entire column only blank cells are alone in selection. Just watch. Is it happening? All of you are getting only blank cells selected. Now, once you have done with this over here, keep your mouse aside, your touchpad aside, immediately type equal to. It will start typing in the first blank cell. Yes. Now, just take the above cell reference, above to the equal to, there will be Mumbai. Just click Mumbai and hit Control Enter. So when you hit Control Enter, can you see all the blank cells are populated with the respective city names instantly? So though you have 10,000, 50,000, 1 lakh records, we could make our data ready for next level within a fraction of seconds. So this is how people, the time saving techniques you need to apply for your data when you download from SAP or ERP system. And you can turn the same into a flat data. Then you can go for application of your, say, your filter, pivot table, subtotal, anything you want, you can work around with that. Hope this is working, what we did. Uh, Nanda, could you please keep your mic on mute? Nanda.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So here, what we did, I believe it's clear. So if you have done with that, let's do a hands-on practice in case number 2 also. Column G is having the same situation. So please fill this column. All right, so I believe we are done with our data fill sheet. Whatever we did, everybody is clear with that. The time saving techniques, how to use it. And this is needed whenever you download the data from SAP or ERP system. This kind of data structure, it comes when you have a huge volume of data. Fine then. So any doubt, any queries so far, people? Go to the next sheet. Okay. So kindly save all your workbooks. We are going to discuss the next topic after a short break. Okay. So in my system, it is 4:11. So I consider 4 minutes grace. Dot 4:25. Again, we are going to meet. So have a brisk and come back soon. We'll discuss the rest. So well, people, I believe everybody is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? Now, let us go for our next sheet, naming called sorting. So now we are going to deal with some data arrangement techniques and how to make it better or what kind of improvements can be done while presenting the data. We are going to discuss that. So let's go for our first data set, which is there in the left. So let me put it across in a story format so that everybody can connect with it. Suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related records. So I gave the respective T codes in SAP system and I download their data. And the data comes in around 10,000 line items of 10,000 headcounts, you can say. And data comes in this format like department names, employee name, and the date of joining and the salary. The complete picture is there. Like this 10,000 records. But when I presented the same to my boss, he was not quite happy. And immediately he demanded me, Prabhas, why don't you just present the data based on the department? So why he's so particular about the department? So if you look at the department, the first department name is finance. Second one is admin. Third one is HR. Fourth one again finance. So what does it mean? Data is there, but it is jumbled, it is shuffled, and it is not in an order. So my boss is expecting that I should bring all the data together at one place based on the department, and I can give a meaningful format to the data. So to do the data arrangement, basically, we have a tool called sorting. And sorting is a tool which helps in arranging the data depending upon the data type. If you have alphabets A to Z or Z to A, if you have numbers smallest to largest or largest to smallest, if you have a date in place, you can arrange the data based on oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So this is how the data sorting is happening. Okay. But if you want to sort your data, there are three different locations we do have sorting. One in home, sort and filter. We can go for custom sort. This is one. Else we can go to data. We do have a sorting over here also. Else we can right click on the data. We do have a sorting option, in fact, and we can sort it as a custom sort. But if you ask me, I would suggest a keyboard shortcut. So what is the keyboard shortcut for sorting? Alt D S. So this is called Alt D S, nothing but data sorting. So any point of time, if you want to sort your data, you can go for this. So select your data and go for Alt D S one by one. Are you getting your sorting dialog box? Yes, we do. Now in this, yeah, in this sorting option, sort by, Go for department. Since my boss is asking based on the department. So department is containing text data, and I told you when you have a text, order A to Z or Z to A. So let it be A to Z only, no need to do any changes, and click OK. So when you click OK, with immediate effect, you will be finding our data now, it is arranged based on the department. So all this department data together now, accounting at one place, admin at one place, HR at one place, customer support is at one place. So this is how we have applied the data sorting over there in the department, and data we have arranged and presented this. But when I present like this, my boss is still not happy. Why? Yes, people, keep yourself in the audience shoes and tell me what is missing. Yes, date of joining is not so important in this data set. You need to understand the importance of the columns.
Separation
Separation.
between accounting and administration, finance, HR,
Okay.
department wise.
Okay. Well, so department wise, you want to separate the data or you want to make a total? Vijay is saying the total count. Okay. Number of records, how much it is there. That is missing. Okay. Number of records count, is it really that much playing a role? No, Vijay. Well, first of all, people understand one thing. Whatever the data we are creating or presenting, that is not meant for us. It's meant for the audience. So you have to look into audience perspective. What my audience wants. So if audience is looking at the data, their focus will be definitely based on the department, but their immediate focus will be going to the salary. Date column, though it is there, but the preference more it is giving to the salary column where the financial impact is there. That's why people prefer to see that first. So here, that's why my boss is not happy. And why he's not happy, I will tell you. Department wise data, no doubt we have arranged it. But when he looks back to the sorting over here in the salary, it is not happening. If you see the salary column, what happens? The data is not in an order. So what he's expecting now, he's telling me, Prabhas, department wise, I just want to see the highest salary in the top and the lowest salary in the bottom. So why don't you arrange the data in that pattern? So that is called multi-layer sorting or multi-level sorting. So keep your cursor anywhere in the data, go for Control A. And over here, go for data sorting, Alt DS, sort by department already there. No need to tamper that, no need to change that. Along with that, just go for this add label. You can see in the top left corner, I'm highlighting also add label. So automatically one more blank layer will be added. And over here, the moment you see the drop down, there is an option called salary. And salary, what type of data it is holding, the numbers. And we have already discussed when you have the numbers in place, order is also set automatically, smallest to largest or largest to smallest. And what my boss is expecting, largest to smallest. Select that, click OK, and see the beauty. Each and every department wise, whatever the highest salary is there appearing in the top and the lowest one, is it in the bottom? Do you agree? Right? So this is called our multi-layer sorting. Hope it is clear. If at all any questions running in your mind, feel free to ask. Now, suppose say this is what our friend Anuradha has presented to the audience in the meeting. People looked the data, they understood whatever she explained, but nobody clapped, nobody thanked her, nobody gave a compliment to her work. Anuradha, how you would be feeling?
Sad.
Definitely. So, what is missing? Can you blame to your audience that my audience, I'm not getting the right type
No,
of audience for my data?
no, I can't.
So, what is missing then? Where things are lacking with?
Beautification,
Okay, beautification. So,
I
in
think
your
so.
opinion, what you could have done so that people would have given a compliment to your work?
I would have used that color thing to uh, highlight properly.
Which color thing?
Um, Yesterday we saw that fill colors, another
In the
option for fill
cell
colors.
styles. You mean to say
Cell
cell
style.
styles?
Yeah,
Okay, if you do like
cell style.
this, do you think that people are going to be happy and they'll be giving a compliment?
No, not so.
Okay, so this is ruled out. Any other options you have running in your mind? Okay.
No.
Anybody else being a friend to Anuradha would like to give a helping hand?
We can add another column with the total number of years.
Experience, you mean to say? Like
Yes.
employee wise, what is the experience they have in the meeting? So you want to present it having one more column. Okay. I consider. Well, Vijay is saying department wise total salary. That is what costing you mean to, if I'm not wrong, Vijay, right? So department wise, what is the total salary you want to define? Okay, that's a good one. I consider. So one column computing the experience, the other column showing the total department wise. Of course, these are the value additions. What else? This is what people, we need to understand certain things. Why my audience is not happy? Why our audience is not giving a compliment to our friend Anuradha's work? Because what Anuradha did is simple sorting work. Sorting is what anybody can deliver. It is anybody's job. So when somebody can do the job and you are also doing the same, do you think that it is going to create that much of impact in the audience mind? Definitely not. If you were there in place also, you are not going to give a compliment because this is quite common thing. When people are going to be happy, when they're going to give a compliment, when they see some uniqueness in your data presentation, when they see something innovative ideas you have put it forth over there, and definitely they will be giving a clap to your work. Am I right? Do you agree with me?
So some chart type work means accounting department is getting this much salary, or that administration is getting this much of the pay, like that.
Right, that is what Vijaya said. Department
Okay,
wise
okay.
salaries. He has already dropped the message
Costing.
in the chat box.
Okay, yeah,
ये आप पहले बोलना चाहिए था विजय बोलने से पहले. Am I right?
yeah.
Right.
It came to my
चलो चलो ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं,
mind.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं. That's fine, completely fine. You have explored, you have connected with the data. I am glad and I thank to those people who have participated in the discussion. Now the bottom line, why my audience is not giving a compliment to my work, we have understood. So what you have understood from the entire discussion, that whenever you are presenting your data, make sure that your data presentation techniques is different from others. If you want to stand out of the crowd, if you want to make a difference at your workplace, you have to always think out of the box approach. Then only you can make your presentation different. So whatever we did right now, that is what anybody's job. Anybody can present it like this, and this is what my audience is also expecting. But now we are going to do the same, but our techniques will be different, our presentation styles will be different, so that it will make our presentation different from others. But how? Let's see. Whatever we discuss, everything we are going to put it forth over here. Just see the beauty. Same data set we have in our right side. Kindly go to that and do it along with me. Keep your cursor inside the data anywhere. Go for Control A. Then activate sorting. Do sorting not with the department column, go for salary column. So go for sorting based on the salary. And when you go for the salary over here, order, you can see it shows me smallest to largest. Kindly change it to largest to smallest. Okay. Now click OK. When you click OK over here, immediately my data will be sorted based on the salary. First step is over. We'll go step by step confirmation. Is it done? Good. Now select your data, and step 2 is going to home tab. Yesterday we discussed something about format as table, if you recall, in the data presentation sheet. Yes. And I told you out of 3 categories, which option we should take.
Medium or light?
Why not dark? Very good. So always take light or medium. The more the dark color, file size will be more. That's what we discussed. So if I take one medium category out of this, and it will take me to a dialog box like this, no doubt, we know that, and click OK. So our data will be formatted as table option. So a little bit beautification, whatever it is needed to the data, that also we did it. Step 2, data has been converted as a format as table. Is it done? Now, once you all are done with this, the moment you keep your cursor inside the table anywhere, can you see one button is activated in the extreme right of your ribbon, naming called design or table design? You can go for that. And there is an option over here called filter button. This filter button, you can deactivate it. This is no more required, so that the data will be turned as if a generic data we have done. We have never done this kind of table formatting over here. It will be giving a kind of feeling. So once you have got this, above to your date of joining, keep your cursor and name the cell as total. Total. And if you want to do some colorful changes, you can do that. It's up to you. Next to the total cell, keep your cursor and type a formula whose name is subtotal. So this is a bit powerful formula, but bit peculiar. What is the peculiarity in this formula? In subtotal itself, many more formulas are there. You can also check it out. Average, count, max, minimum, sum, all these formulas are appearing over here, isn't it? So when you go for subtotal, we need to do the sum. So which formula over here, what is the formula number? Sum, you can see it's showing 9. Do you agree?
9.
Yeah. So you can just type 9 manually, or you can double click on sum, that is 9. It will be added to the formula bar. Now give a comma. So we have declared that sum to be applied, but where exactly? Below to that salary column, whatever the data, kindly select. So entire salary column, when you select like this, sum will be applied to that. Now the moment I hit enter, I'll be getting a total 29,11,878. Kindly confirm all of you have got the same total. Now, once this is done over here, Keep your cursor anywhere in the table and go to same table design, which is there in the top extreme right in the ribbon menu. And there you have an option naming called Insert Slicer. In the tools group, Insert Slicer. All of you able to see? If you click that Insert Slicer, a dialog box appears where you could notice department checkbox is not selected. So kindly select the department checkbox. And when you select this department and click OK, you will be finding a table box like this ready. Now what you need to do, you need to hold the box, you need to take it next to the data and you have to populate like this. Now things are ready. When I'm presenting the data to my boss, suppose he asked me, Prabhas, show me the data of human resource. I can click human resource. Only the human resource related records will be displayed on the screen. What is the total salary of human resource? It is appearing in the top. What is the highest salary? 46,904. Who is that employee? Joshua Johnson. Who is that the least salary taker? Julie Harkin. How much is the salary? 10,251. So everything is happening. Whatever the requirement my audience has, all these things have been fulfilled. But now, same thing, we are doing it differently. Now, suppose say immediately somebody asks me, Provas, can you show me the data of administration? I can simply click administration. All the admin records will be displayed. If somebody from the audience asks me, Pravas, can you show me admin and finance both together? Yes, I can select admin, holding the control button. I can select finance. Admin and finance both will be combined together and it will be displayed. Now, if my presentation is done, I want to restore my data. In this slicer, top right corner, there is a button kind of clear filter option is there. I can click this, my data will be restored. Now you tell me, being an audience, if you are looking my data, which one you will prefer to see the most? Option 1 or option 2?
Second option.
Definitely. That will be anybody's choice, isn't it? So this is how people, did you do something extraordinary? Whatever we have learned, same thing we have applied. We did sorting, which we know. We applied format as table, what we discussed yesterday. We just use subtotal formula. So instead of using pivot and all to make it dynamic, we use the same data subtotal. So that is what people, you have to always think out of the box, how to make it different. It lies only with your presentation because data remains same for everyone. Only thing it makes you different is about your presentation techniques and styles. So hope it is clear what we did in sorting sheet. Any doubt, any queries?
सर अकाउंटिंग के यहाँ पे टोटल अमाउंट आ सकता है?
अकाउंटिंग पे
टोटल अमाउंट लाइक अकाउंटिंग टोटल कॉस्टिंग इतना हुआ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में इतना हुआ.
हाँ कर सकते हैं, वहाँ पे आपको सब कुछ एक साथ देखना है, वही बोल रहे हैं ना.
हाँ,
हाँ वो
नहीं सिर्फ डिपार्टमेंट और सैलरी खाली देखना है तो
हाँ देख सकते हैं बिल्कुल. तो वो अगर करना है तो वो हमको जाना है पिवोट टेबल में, एक ऑप्शन है. और दूसरा ऑप्शन कि नहीं मुझे पिवोट नहीं करना है, यही डेटा के ऊपर देखना है. यस हो सकता है. देखिए अभी अगर सिर्फ डिपार्टमेंट वाइज हर एक डिपार्टमेंट का सैलरी टोटल देखना है तो देखिए एक ऑप्शन है. मैं डेटा सेट 1 के ऊपर अभी काम करता हूँ. हमने डेटा को सॉर्ट किया, ठीक है. ऑप्शन 1 इज डन. सो फर्स्ट वॉच माई स्क्रीन. नाउ यहाँ पे डेटा मेन्यू के अंदर एक ऑप्शन है जिसका नाम है सब टोटल. ठीक है, इसको मैं लेता हूँ, पहले देख लो समझ लो. सब टोटल में मैं जब गया, इसका एक रूल है कि डेटा पहले सॉर्ट होना चाहिए. अगर सब टोटल करनी है इस तरह से, डेटा हैज टू बी सॉर्टेड. रूल नंबर 1. So data is sorted. Our rule is satisfied. Now, based on which column you have to apply subtotal? Department. और department sorted है बिल्कुल. Now function. By default sum है, लेकिन कहाँ पे sum apply करना है? जहाँ पे numbers है. Numbers कहाँ पे है? Salary में. तो salary automatic देखो selection पे है. हमको changes कोई करने की जरूरत नहीं. अभी OK किया तो immediately देखो हमारे लेफ्ट साइड के जो मार्जिन थे, सब कॉलम हेडर्स रो हेडर्स थे, वहां पे 3 लेवल ऐसे दिखा रहे हैं, देख पा रहे हैं? 3 levels.
राइट.
So level 3 is my detailed report. Level 2 only the department wise total salary report. Level 1 is nothing but only the total salary report. तो इस तरह के आपके हायरार्की बना सकते हो with our subtotal. So this plus symbols is called radio buttons. तो आपने देखा होगा कभी कोई लोग रिपोर्ट इस तरह से बना के भेजते हैं. So that is nothing but created out of subtotal. तो कभी एक ही डिपार्टमेंट का देखना हो, सपोज मुझे एचआर का देखना है, सो आई कैन सिंपली गो टू ह्यूमन रिसोर्स प्लस सिंबल, तो सिर्फ एचआर का डेटा ही मुझे दिखेगा. तो ये भी एक तरीका आप ले सकते हो. सेम थिंग, we have got different techniques also, but this is what nowadays people prefer to see the most, since the data becomes more dynamic over here. Hope it works and it is clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now let us go for the next sheet. Is called multi-DB filter. Yes. Any? श्रीधर, आपका कुछ सवाल है? नहीं, आपका वॉइस मुझे ठीक से नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है, बहुत दूर से आवाज आ रही है जैसे लग रहा है.
सर वो पॉपअप बॉक्स जो अभी आपने दिखाया ना सर्चिंग में, तो वो ही दिखना था. अभी आ रहा है?
हाँ, अभी ठीक से आ रही है. तो आप अपना स्क्रीन शेयर कर सकते हैं, बिल्कुल हम बात करेंगे उसके ऊपर. Keeping the cursor, go to design, go to the design tab. Last, वहाँ पे insert slicer in the left, insert slicer. थोड़ा left जाओ, right में थोड़ा right. नहीं, आप extreme right में जाओ, थोड़ा left में, और एक left. Yes, insert slicer. Check department. Yes, select करो, okay करो. फिर वो बॉक्स आएगा, उसको लेके डेटा के बाजू में रखो, राइट साइड में. ऊपर जाओ, और भी ले सकते हो, बहुत सारा जगह है ऊपर, 40-50 लो आइटम ऊपर हैं. Now you click any department, automatically that department data will be displayed on the screen. Right. Yes. Fine then. So I'm taking the control back on the screen. And now we are going to discuss the next sheet is called multi-DB filter. Okay. So here, let me first take you through the data what we have with us. Suppose say my organization does have 2 plants. Suppose I am working in a manufacturing unit, or I have got 2 different plants. One is in Chennai and one is in Pune, suppose say. And the data of 2 different plants, it is here, region wise, different products we have sold last 4 months, how much is the revenue. So my boss is very particular about this, and he asked me, Prabhas, in Chennai data, in Chennai plant, I want to see only Karnataka records. And in Pune plant, I want to see only April month record. So 2 different plants, 2 different set of data, 2 different requirements. If that is the case, how to present it? So as we know, when you have a huge data, we can simply go for a filter. Now, if I go for Chennai data to filter Karnataka region, if I go for right click, filter selected by cell value, Chennai data is filtered out, no doubt. This is what the technique we learned. Now, when I go to Pune, and if I want to go for filtering April month and right click open April filter selected by cell value, what happens? Can you see? Yes, people. I did the exercise, whatever my boss was looking for, I'm trying to present it. But when I go for filter, what is the challenge? What is the problem? Did you witness that?
Yes, right. All sets.
Only one difference.
Right. So what we have understood, when you have more than one data set, filter can be applied only with one data set, because filter is a toggle key. The first impressions to activate filter, second impressions to deactivate filter. So once we go ahead applying filter in Chennai, then when you go for application of filter for Pune, the Chennai one is getting deactivated. So this is the reason why. What is the understanding now? We cannot have filter with multiple data set. But when I express all these things to my boss is not ready to accept this. And he is telling me, Prabhas, if you do not know, please learn and come and talk to me. Don't just bluff it, it is not possible. So in that case, can I ask a question to my boss in return? Sir, I surrender. I can't do it. Why don't you do it once? At least I can also learn something from you. Can I say something to my boss like this? So even though I say, suppose my boss is giving a comfort zone to me to deal with like this or to talk him friendly like this, but still may not be he aware of what all these things could be the case. So how to deal with such kind of situations, people? I will tell you. This was a major problem. Trust me, this was a major problem since 1985, the moment Excel has started, till 2003 version of Microsoft Excel. It was not possible. But since we are working with the upgraded versions of Microsoft Excel, how to do it? Just see the beauty. 1 minute, watch my screen. I have kept my cursor in Chennai data, selected it. Simply, I have converted the data into table by hitting Control T, T for Tango, T for table. And immediately you will be finding the data will be converted into table. The same thing what we do from home format as table, it's the same thing with a keyboard shortcut, Control T. Now we got the filter. Now Chennai data, which region we need to filter, my boss asked me, is about Karnataka. So Karnataka is filtered out. Now Pune, which month is April? I'll go for April, simple right click, filter selected by cell value. Can you see that? 2 minutes back, which was not impossible, by simply converting the data into table, we made it possible. So even though you have got multiple set of data in one interface, one Excel worksheet, you could still present the data over there by simply converting the data into table. Trust me, this is going to helpful a lot. So please give it a try and check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries? All right, so hope it is working for everyone. Multi-DB filter, people. Now, let us go for our next topic. It's called data visualization. Okay. So here, now the question is, why we need to visualize our data? Is it really necessary? Yes, it is necessary. The reason is, first of all, you would have heard the story. Sometimes when you present your numbers, it seems boring to the people. People don't put interest over there in presenting the meeting. When you are presenting your numbers, people don't put interest on that, or they just don't watch your numbers. They feel that it's boring. So instead of showing the ready-made numbers, if you present something in terms of visuals, That adds more beauty, right? And you'd have heard also people saying a picture is thousand times better than your boring numbers. And that is what audience is expecting now. They don't have that much of time to go through your numbers and tell the story or understand what is what. They want to know anything, everything, whatever you want to express it with no time. So in that case, how to present our story effectively, how to make our presentation different from others, what kind of visuals we can add so that my file size will not be heavy, but it will be depicting a beautiful story to the audience. Even though a layman is also sitting, he can make out what I'm trying to say. Even though in case of my absence also, anybody else from my teammates is presenting the data, it will not be lacking with or not showing information incomplete. We are going to discuss all these things. All right. So now, what is the first thing it comes to your mind when you want to present your story in terms of visuals? Anybody? Whatever you feel, you can share, no problem. See, I'm showing something. If I showcase this, how much time it will be taking for you to read, understand, and make an interpretation about this? If I show something like this, which one is easy to understand? Boring numbers or the visual appeal?
Visual thing.
Definitely. So this is how instantly you have to make out the information. You have to give a helping hand to the people to understand the story better. So let's go for that. So we have got different products and how much revenue we have made. That list is also available with us. So this is what I have created the data. But when I'm presenting the same to my boss is asking, Pravas, show me the data in such a way it should tell me a beautiful story. Okay. So let's do one thing. Keep your cursor next to the USD column and just type over there naming called visual. Do it along with me. Expand a column a bit, little bit like this. And select your visual column range, what we have created. Select your visual column range like this. And then once you have made it over here, just go and type equal to and take the reference from the left side, that is USD column. And hit Control Enter. So when I hit Control Enter, can you see the visual column is ready-made data, same thing of USD column. So you can ask me a question, Prabhas, we could have done the simply copy paste. Why did you take a long route like this? The reason is very simple. Tomorrow, when I do the changes in my USD column, I no need to do the copy paste work again one more time. Since it is formula driven, it will get changed automatically. Hope it is clear. Visual column data is ready. Can you confirm? Now, having the selections with the visual column data, whatever we have, go to Home tab. In conditional formatting, we have an option called data bars. And when you go to the data bar style, it is there in two different categories, opens up the information like gradient fill and solid fill. So you can take anything, whichever you like the most, but if you ask me, I would prefer to go for this kind of gradient fill category, light blue data bar style. I'll take that. Now, when I apply this, see the beauty, what kind of feeling you are getting. If you are there in the audience side looking at the data, what kind of feeling you are getting? Yes, people, you can express your view, whatever you feel. Suppose you are there in the audience side, I am showing you all these things to you. So what kind of feeling you are getting?
Fantastic.
So more or less, it seems like a bar chart. Technically, जो हम काम कर रहे in Excel language, if you talk about this, it seems like a bar chart. It is created, isn't it? But it is not a bar chart. How it is different from a bar chart? Let's have a discussion. See, data bar style. If you go for a bar chart out of this data, data will be in one location, bar chart will be in another location. But here, the bars are exclusively applied on the cells. Advantage number one. Advantage number two. If you really create a bar chart out of this data, the file size will be heavy. But here, this kind of data bar styles, it is hardly occupying some space in KBs. That's the beauty. And of course, if you look at what is the message we are getting, reading the numbers, making out the stops and stories, it's pretty time taking. But here, because of the visuals, we can make an instant information. What is that? From category 12, we have got the maximum revenue, and from category number 2 or 3 somewhere, we can consider this is having the least revenue. Anybody can make out, right? So this is there in our home tab, conditional formatting and data bars, right, people? Hope this is working for everyone. Any questions so far? But one thing for sure, what we have created, anybody can create like that. Do you think some extraordinary job anything over here? Simply selecting the data, going to home, going to conditional formatting, selecting data bars. Don't you think that anybody can do? Yes or no? Right? What I'm saying. Now, if that is the case, since yesterday, where I have been always emphasizing upon how to make our presentation different from others, there always we are looking at or focusing at. So let's see. Keep your cursor in the visual column range, whatever we have, select the visual column range, and then go to your home tab, conditional formatting. So whenever you happen to see the backend rule of our conditional formatting, you have to go for an option called manage rules, provided the range you should select first. Then only you can go for manage rules. And the moment I go for manage rules, it opens up with a dialog box where edit rule is there, right? So go for edit rule, and this is the backstage view where you can customize the rule according to the need. Like if you want to change the color of the bar, you can change that. If you want to define some outline, you can do that. If you want to go for bar border color also to change, that can be done. So anything you want from the scope of working area on this button, you can work out. But here, one thing I would like to share is there is an option called show bar only. This checkbox is not activated. You can activate and click OK, again click OK, and see the beauty. With immediate effect, it will be adding more charm to our data. So whoever is interested watching the numbers, they will be looking at the USD column. Whoever prefers to see the visuals, they will be looking at the visuals and they have to understand their own story. And since we have made all these things in Excel, any point of time, people loved it. And suppose my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you get the things in PowerPoint? I can simply copy that and go to PowerPoint. I don't need to struggle much and see how I can interpret this in PowerPoint in a beautiful format. Just as I told you yesterday, right click, go for image. And the moment we go for image, design button will be activated. And this is a beautiful story. And when I'm presenting this, people will love to see this kind of report because this kind of high definition, colorful options, you cannot get it in PowerPoint. This is the property of Excel, and this is where it is going to make it different. All right. So how data bar style is playing a role, a very beautiful role to make our data visually more appealing, we have understood. Any doubt, any queries so far? Hope it is clear, working for everyone. All right. So now the question is, if you remember, I told you one thing, whenever you are presenting your data to the audience, if you present your data as it is, they don't like it. So what audience is expecting? That you should present your data in such a way, it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So how to make our data efficient enough in such a way, it will tell a beautiful story. Let's go for that. So selecting the product and USD column completely along with the header. If I go for data sorting, Alt DS, sort by USD column and order largest to smallest. And when I click OK, can you see a beautiful story turned up? So easy to understand. Like the moment you look at this data, if at all a layman is also sitting in the audience side, he can make out. From category 12, we made the maximum revenue. From category 4, we have got the least revenue. And the same thing when I'm going to present it in PowerPoint. And if you are there in the audience side, now just imagine if I'm presenting the same to you over there, which one you want to see or which one you prefer to see the most, option 1 or option 2? Right, people? So this is how you have to present your data. So this is how your data bar style is always giving more add-on to the data in terms of adding more visual appeal over there. And it is not going to make your file size heavy. So whenever you happen to create some dashboards, your tabular reports or summary reports or templates, you can make use of this kind of visuals. All right. Now we'll go to our situation number 2. So can I take that everybody is clear with our situation 1? All right. Now, I'm going to take you through one more beautiful concept of our this data bars. Now, can you see the data bars over here? Okay. How it is deciding the length of the bar? The data bars, whatever the length of the bars, how it is being decided?
With the highest values.
Absolutely right. Taking the maximum value. So taking the maximum value as a base, and based on that, automatically the length of the bars will be decided. Okay, that is one thing we clear. Now, if you look at how the direction of the bars, it is always starting from the left, moving towards right, left to right. Can you see that? All the bar directions, if you see, it is always left to right. Why? Because all the places value is positive. What if I have a value negative any point of time? Ideally, we know the direction should be opposite, right to left. And since it is a negative, what should be the color of the bars? Ideally should be red. So let's see now. If in case of category 3, I deliberately put some negative, say -3500, see the beauty. Inbuilt formatting is there. I don't need to go for a separate activities to work with, or I need to go for extraordinary stuffs, need to design like this. It is already ready-made we have. So this is what the beauty of our data bars. Right, people? Clear? What do you say? Helpful? Now, let us go for our situation number 2. Same categories or the products, you can say it is there. And what are the other data visuals tools we do have? Let's have a discussion. So let's go and create one more column naming called visual. Expand the column. And then select your USD column data only, not the header, only the data from USD column. Now, go to insert. We have a very beautiful option naming called sparklines, a group you'll be finding naming called sparkline. In that group, 3 different types of sparklines are there: line, column, win or loss. Going to insert, group is naming called sparkline. 3 different types of sparklines is there. Go to the column option. And if you select column, then it will take you to a dialog box like this, demanding where is the data? Data is already selected. Where is the location? Location you can select visual column for cell and click OK. So when you click OK, you can see some visual impressions it is going to create in that cell, but that is not so clear, that is not so eminent. So what we can do along with that cell, select the rest of the cells. Don't drag it. If you drag, the meaning will be different. So kindly select, include using your shift and down arrow key, or you can select your mouse, it's up to you. But select your range, don't drag the range. Now, go to your home tab, you will be finding an option called merge and center. In the alignment group, this is called alignment group, we have a merge and center. And when you go for the same with immediate effect, you will be finding a beautiful visuals turned up, and more or less, is it giving a feel of a column chart? So where it is available, insert sparklines, and within that column sparkline. And as I told you, whenever you're presenting your data, make sure your data is speaking a better story to the people. So category and USD, you can select both the columns and then go for data sorting. Sort by USD column, order largest to smallest, and click OK. You will be finding a beautiful story turns up. So highest column is about the first product, category 12, 4155. Lowest column height, category 4, 1234. So this is how people can make out. So kindly confirm this is happening at your end also. Any doubt, any queries, or anybody needs my support, do let me know. So any questions running in your mind when you go for our Sparkline option? No? You should have questions. So if you, yeah.
Sir, sorry. Uh, sorting एक बार वापस से बताइए ना please.
Category and
After
UST.
the visual sorting.
Yes, after the visual, category and UST, both column you have to select and go
Okay,
for.
just these two.
Yes.
I selected visual also.
Yes.
Okay, I got my error.
Right, no problem. So now, what kind of question you should have running in your mind, I'll tell you. You should have asked me was, can we go for adding the data labels, like respective values can be added in the columns, like what you do, or like your charts, can you do it over here? No. So those things are available only in the chart options. If you are able to do it over here, nobody is going to ask the charts, and the importance of the charts will be also lost. So Microsoft is very, very particular about it. So this is just mere visuals purpose, you can use it. But yes, one thing I can help you out. If you want to customize something like the highest column in terms of green and the lowest one in terms of red, that can be customized. How? I'll show you. If you select this visual over here, can you see one tab extreme right? It is created, naming called Sparkline, Tools, Options, Design, depending upon the version. The extreme right, when you select the visual, it will be generated. This is again contextual tab. Here, we have got two options, sparkline color, marker color. Go for marker color. And in this marker color, we have an option, high point, low point. So high point, you can select as green, and again marker color, low point, you can highlight in terms of red. So that kind of customization is possible. And you can notice once you have done with this, the highest column turned out to be green and the lowest column turned out to be red. Now, as I told you, any point of time, if you look at all these columns, how it is, the pattern, always from the axis moving towards up because the value is positive. What if I have a negative? Definitely, it should be below to the axis. And if it is negative, what should be the color? Should be red. So suppose say category 3, I just make it over here, some negatives, -3500. Can you see the beauty? It automatically gets adjusted. So, as I told you in the earlier case, whenever you go for dashboards, templates, summary reports, this kind of visuals adds more beauty nowadays. And that's what people prefer to see the most. So nobody is going to ask all these things to you. This is from your side, inherent by nature, from the data when you are presenting it. If you add this kind of visuals, definitely this is going to add more value to the data over here. Check, is it working? Any doubt, any queries? So situation two is clear, people? Can we go to situation 3 if you are clear with that? Now, I'm going to take you through the next situation is called situation number 3. When you have the historical data or the data which you want to compare with, then how to present it effectively. So suppose say we have got same categories for the products, you can name it anything. We have got 2 years data, 2019 and 2020. So if I need to make a presentation of this data, how to make it effective presentation? See, keep your cursor next to 2020 and insert a column. We know how to insert a column, Alt IC. Now, just create a column naming called growth next to 2020. Create a column naming called growth and select the range like this. Now, what should be the formula for growth calculation? Basic mathematics, anybody?
minus 2019.
Simple, 2020 minus 2019. And control enter. Then, next column, you can go for it, naming over here called visual. Again, go for equal to related to the growth column. So just take the reference from the growth column and hit control enter. So now having the selection with the visual column, go to the home tab. In conditional formatting, there is an option called icon sets. Icon sets. And when you go for this icon sets over here, you can see it opens up with 4 broad categories like directionals, shapes, indicators, and ratings. Depends upon your data, whichever you feel like presenting it, it's up to you. There is no hard and fast rule, or Microsoft has never designed any kind of separate tutorial for the same. So it's up to you. But if you ask me, Prabhas, what is your best recommendation? I would say if you are working more with the project related activities, you can use this kind of shapes and indicators that will be adding more value to the presentation. If you're working more with the text related data, like say, take an example, I'm into HR side and I'm more or less working always with the feedback forms. Yes, no, maybe, good, excellent, poor, average, very good. If such kind of text based data always I'm working with, or balanced scorecard template, if that is the case, then I should use this kind of ratings kind of option that will be adding more beauty. If I am working more with the numbers, then this directional categories, like if I'm working with accounts, finance, sales, or marketing, production, or stores, consumption issues, anything you have, you can work with this. Now, suppose say I'm going for the directional categories, the first 3 arrow keys, I'll apply this. Now, this is adding more beauty to the data. Now, let us first analyze this. Green color up arrow key. What does it mean? Yes, people? It's a simple message compared to last year. This year, it is an increasing trend. Do you agree? If you go for red color down arrow key compared to last year, this year, it is in decreasing trend. How about the yellow color arrow key symbols? What does it interpret? Anybody can identify that? Yes, people, what you have understood? It doesn't give more clarity.
Below average growth.
Below average growth. Then yellow color minus B hai plus B hai. So how it can be below average? Right? So what happens? Green color, red color is giving more clarity, picture is clear, but when it comes to yellow color arrow key, that is rather giving an information, it is creating a lot of confusion. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. So what you have understood from the bottom line of the discussion is this icon sets doesn't help if you type or if you apply as it is. So it depends upon the data. Sometimes we need to customize according to the need. So now the question is, suppose I want to leave a better message or clear message to my audience. Compared to last year, this year, if it is increasing, green color up arrow key. If it is decreasing, red color down arrow key. In case any point of time there is no growth or degrowth, the value remains the same, or if there is no change in the value, then I should go for yellow color arrow key. If that is the thing I want to customize how to do it. See the beauty, 1 minute. Select the data, going to home, conditional formatting. I told you, whenever you want to see the backend of our conditional formatting rules, where to go?
Manage rules.
Manage rules, then edit rule. And this is the place where we need to customize. So see the beauty. First of all, we need to do some changes. Our data is there in numbers, but here it is showing data type percent. I need to change to number. Again, the second set, data type percent to number. This is the first thing. Second, green color icon will be applied when value is greater than equal to 0 it is showing. I don't want it to be greater than equal to 0. It should be only greater than 0. Second change. Then there is one more option called show icon only. This is there that I need to activate. So what are the changes we did? Let me take you through. First change in the data type over here. Second change, again the change in the data type. Third change, making the operator to only greater than instead of greater than equal to. Fourth change, show icon only activated. Then I have to go and click OK. That's it. The moment I did the same and click OK, again click OK, can you see now? It adds more beauty to the data. People will love to see this and this. Nobody's going to read your boring numbers in between. So it is telling a simple story, and sometimes it works like a infographic presentations in Excel. And this is what nowadays people love to see. So always use this kind of visuals and you can make a different story over here. So give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. Is it working? Anybody needs my support or any questions? Now, how to make it even more better? Little bit of polish or refine how to do it. See the beauty. I can select all my data except the visuals, or you can include visuals also, no problem. Go for data sorting and sort by the growth and showcase the order is the largest to smallest. So what will be happening where we are making more, those things will be appearing in the first, and wherever the volume is down, that will be appearing in the bottom. So we have made a bifurcation. So this is how you can tell your beautiful story in terms of your data presentation by using the options called icon sets. So where it is available, it's there in our home option, conditional formatting, and the type over here, what's that, is icon sets. All right. So how to visualize our data without taking the ready-made chart option? What are the visual tools we have? One is data bars, one is sparkline, and one is your icon sets. Hope this is clear. So taking the live data, keep practicing and try to present it immediately whenever you happen to work with your real-time data also. Trust me, people will love to see that, and definitely they will be giving a compliment to your work. And somebody from the presentation area also going to ask such kind of question. How did you create all these things? That's what we want. People should ask us. Now, going to the next is
So,
yeah.
sorry, before we go on to the next, just one question. Can I use this formatting along with table slicer that we used earlier? Can I use both of them together?
Yeah, you can, but the thing is, you have to apply the data bars for the whole data. Got my point? So, though you make it over there in terms of this kind of visuals, so this will not be applied only for the selected data. It will be applied for the hidden data also, because the range when you take it, the data, it is not vanishing, it is just hidden. So it will not be making a proper sense because it is taking the maximum value in the range and it starts comparing.
All right.
Yeah.
But okay. All right.
Yeah. So in that case, we have got the different visuals options. There we go on presenting our data in terms of charts and graphs, not this kind of visuals. This kind of visuals will be helpful when you have a static data, but that data location only data is changing. Not the data complete range is changing. Range will remain the same, only the data value will be changing. So if that is the case, you can use this kind of visuals. Like if you remember in our case, all the places, the value was same, all the cases 12 categories. So tomorrow if I change my categories or if I hide or if I take a filter over here, say take an example, if I go for a filter like this and I go for top three. So text filter over here, custom filter. I'll go for top three only if I go for it. So numbers filter, top 10 is there. I will go for top three items. So when I go for this doesn't make any proper sense over here. Okay. So why it is appearing over here from the middle? It should have started from the left when I'm selecting or filtering out, correct?
Yeah.
So it is not happening because the data, whatever it is there, though it is hidden, but it is the part of the range. So that will not be giving a dynamic effect when you go for such kind of options to apply in terms of our visuals, what we have. So that is meant for the static things. Yes.
All right, makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining.
Welcome. No problem. So now, friends, we are going to discuss the most powerful formula of our Excel, naming called Vlookup. So anybody who is not aware of Vlookup, you can drop me a text, don't know. Because if you do not know, I can start from the scratch. If you know, we can skip the topic, we can learn something new. So don't feel shy. If you do not know, please let me know. Okay. Rutuja is saying yes.
I have idea, but please start from the scratch.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. If anybody, one person also doesn't know, I will definitely start from the scratch because we want to work together and we will be there in the equal page. Then only things will be more clear when we go for the more advanced topics. Okay, so
Yeah,
Ritesh
this
is
is
saying
most required in my profile. That's
anybody. It's not about under the yours. Everybody that if you're a core user of Excel, there is no single day left without VLOOKUP. You will be working with that. So the VLOOKUP is one of
yeah, I
the.
came to know this term recently. That's why.
Okay, no problem. I would help you out. Don't worry. Okay, so it is saying that heard but don't know to use. Okay, no problem. Anybody else? Fine then. So two of our friends, they are not aware of this VLOOKUP. So let me first give a helping hand people. So other people also, they can stay focused. Anything is missing, that will be kind of brush of things for you. And if you have some queries or if there is a contradictory statement, what you have heard of from others or what you have experienced from in the past, and if I'm telling something new, then you can also clear all these confusions. Okay, so first of all, VLOOKUP. V stands for vertical If you are searching for the data in a different location from one file to other, one sheet to other, in that case, we use this VLOOKUP formula. So VLOOKUP is helping us to search our data. That is what it does. Like a layman, if I think about, VLOOKUP helps in searching the data. Now take an example. I have got 5 employee codes. I don't have any other details about those employees. I have only the 5 employee codes. So I'm looking for employee names, date of joining, what is their mobile number, email ID, everything. So where I will be searching? I'll be searching in the master data. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
So how you will be searching? You will just copy one employee code from your data. Again, you will be looking at your master data where the entire history of the organization, 10,000, 1 lakh, whatever the employees are working. So when you want to search, how do you search? We go for Control F to find the records. And once your employee code is matched, the entire row item you will select, copy, and you will come back to your worksheet and you will be pasting it. So like that, 5 different times you have to do this Control F and copy paste, Control F and copy paste. We don't mind doing the same. And we have the practice of doing the same also. But technically, 5 times you do, you don't mind. Suppose you have to do the same thing for 5,000 times. Will you be able to do?
Absolutely not.
So this is the place where we have to engage our Microsoft Excel formula called VLOOKUP. So when the data volume is huge and you have got records to be searched, we have to engage our formula called VLOOKUP. How it operates, let's have a basic understanding. So no need to do anything, just watch my screen. Suppose say we have to purchase a laptop. We have seen a lot of brands around, people, friends of our colleagues, they are using it. So we have made a list. Whatever the brands of the laptop we know, we made a list in a Excel file. We kept it. Then we went to a shop. We asked the vendor, can you provide us a catalog so that we can take a call, whichever the laptop is fitting to our budget and the configuration is ideally matching with our requirement, we can go for it. So vendor has given a catalog in a piece of paper. He doesn't have a soft copy and neither something he has given. He has given just simply writing in a paper. Okay. Now that paper you have taken from him, you have come back to your workplace, you have opened that Excel file, and now the job what you have in front of you is in your Excel file, whatever the brands you have maintained, against of that, the rates has to be populated by looking at the catalog. So if you need to do the job, how will you start with? What you will do? So what we will do, we'll go and check in our list first. What is the first brand? Acer. We will take that. Then we'll check in the vendor's catalog whether Acer is there. Check Acer is there.
Yes.
What is the price of Acer? 22,000. Understanding the same, we'll come back to our Excel sheet and we will be typing the data as 22,000. Do you agree with me? If you happen to do the job manually, we'll be doing like this.
Yes. Yes.
Fine. Now, Acer value we have found out. Next what? Apple. We'll take that. Again, we'll check in the vendor's catalog. Apple is there? Yes. How much is the price? 45,000. So we'll come back to our list. We'll be updating the list as 45,000. So this is how we'll be doing the job one by one and populating the rates for the respective brands, having a look at the vendor's catalog. So we don't mind doing the job manually since we have got 8 to 10 items. Now the same thing, if you want to do it in Excel, Excel will be doing the job with VLOOKUP. So what VLOOKUP does, did you get an overall idea?
Yes.
Now, how to write VLOOKUP, I will help you. Don't worry. But first of all, remember what exactly it does. If it is not clear, please feel free to ask again. All right. So I consider the theoretical understanding is clear what VLOOKUP does. Now, as we develop the practice, what we need to do? First, we need to populate the rate column. Okay, like this, we have selected. 1 minute, please watch my screen, understand what I'm saying. I'm going to explain each and every element of VLOOKUP. So please be clear Then 1 minute I'll be giving time to you to try with also, don't worry. But first you need to understand. So please stay focused on my screen. Now, as I told you, always select your solution area. That is what we developed from our day one also. I have selected. I have gone for is equal to VLOOKUP. V stands for vertical. What is the first element VLOOKUP has? If you see, so lookup value, what does it mean? If you recall, the moment we started doing the job manually, what is the first thing we did?
We check the brand name in our sheet and then match it to the other
one by one. First, we have taken the first brand of our brand list in the Excel sheet. So, Acer, this is what we picked up, right? That is nothing but your lookup value. So what is the meaning by lookup value? What we have with us to search. So we have with us Acer to search. That is what our lookup value. So what is lookup value? Is it clear?
Yes.
Comma. Next, table array. What is the meaning by table array? Try to recall what you did in manually. We have taken Acer. Then where we have gone for to search?
We use the paper or the catalog to search.
Right. So whatever the vendor's catalog, we have searched there. So that is nothing but my table array. So what is the meaning by table array? Where to search? What we have with us to search is lookup value. Where to search is our table array. Now, comma. What is the next thing VLOOKUP is asking?
Column index number.
Yes. So here we need to understand certain things. When we did the job manually, we never discussed anything about column index number, but VLOOKUP is asking. Yes. So we need to understand. Now see the beauty. The moment you go one step back, when you go for lookup value, VLOOKUP is applying the font color as blue, and the same color it is applied as a border for lookup value. Similarly, when you go for table array, the font color is changing to maroon and it is also applying the maroon color border to our vendor's catalog. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So here itself, the message, it is giving a clear picture that you need to only focus with this table array. In this border area, only you need to focus. Now, in this border area, how many columns are there? How you read your data from left to right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So in this border area, how many columns are there?
2.
What is your first column?
Brand.
What is the second column?
Rate.
And out of these 2 columns, which column data is already there with us?
Brand.
And which column you are looking for now?
I want rate.
Yes, that's what you are looking for, rate. But rate is in which column in that border area?
Second.
So we should type 2. So column index number is 2. So how to define my column index number? Is it clear?
Yes.
Now, comma. Here, this is asking range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match, quite confusing. And we have never discussed anything over there while doing the job manually. Then why VLOOKUP is asking such complex things? If it is complex, ignore it. No need to bother about that. But ensure one thing, VLOOKUP always ends up with 0. What is the significance of 0? 0 is nothing but standing as one-to-one match or exact match. Now, what is the meaning by one-to-one match or exact match? See, when I took my brand Acer, what is the spelling of Acer? A-C-E-R. Is it there exactly in my vendor's catalog? If yes, then corresponding column data will be picked up. So this is what making as one-to-one match. So here, whether R is missing or here suppose E is missing, then it will not have a one-to-one match. That is the reason why we have to go and complete our formula with 0. So that is what the significance of 0 is, nothing but one-to-one match or exact match. Formula is ready only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. We know one thing. What is the shortcut to apply the formula for the entire range selected criteria?
Control enter.
And when I did this, you can notice Formula is applied, but only in case of Dell, Samsung, Toshiba, it doesn't pick up the value. Is it not there in my vendor's catalog? All are there. Then why such kind of discrimination only with these three products or the brands? The reason is if you look at the formula, you can realize what happens. When we copy this formula towards down, our vendor's catalog also moving along with the formula. And this is what the problem we have seen so many times in the business math, small and large, in data presentation sheets, in date diff formula, so many times we have seen. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, we need to freeze the table array.
Absolutely. So we have to select the solution area, then which is creating a trouble, C3 to D13. This should not move down or towards right. So we need to lock it. And when I lock it with F4, control enter, we got the result. So this is how people, you should apply your VLOOKUP formula over there in Excel. So please give it a try. Any difficulties, do let me know. So those who are working with VLOOKUP for the first time, any difficulties in understanding the elements of our VLOOKUP?
So difficulty nahi hai, but when I use it on my table, so I have used this previously, but it will always give me an error. And वहाँ पे मुझे सिर्फ 2 columns नहीं होते हैं. I am using like there's a data with about 10 columns.
ठीक है.
And it's usually from one sheet to another sheet.
Okay.
So are there any rules for it to make sure that I'm not making an error?
ठीक है, आप अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करिए, मैं आपको बता देता हूँ इमीडिएटली 2 वर्कशीट्स के अंदर VLOOKUP कैसा होता है.
Can you see my screen now?
It's getting loaded. Yeah. ठीक है. पहले आप ये क्लियर करो, यहाँ पे आप अप्लाई करो, देखते हैं आपका कहाँ पे गलती होता है, मैं वहां से पता लगा दूंगा.
That's my particular way. Yes.
बहुत बढ़िया.
यहाँ पे हो गया, but
right.
I mean, like I told you, I use
understood
another data which is large.
I'm coming to that. Large, small में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. दिक्कत है आप कौन सा टेक्निक फॉलो करते हो. तो चलो अभी जो ब्रांड कॉलम जी में है उसको कॉपी करो. हाँ, कॉपी किया.
With the title,
doesn't make any difference. टाइटल रहे ना रहे, हमको उसमें कुछ लेना देना नहीं. चलो ठीक है, कॉपी किया. आपको दिक्कत 2 शीट्स में आती है या 2 अलग फाइल में आती है?
तो शीट्स में आती है. फाइल तो मैंने कभी यूज ही नहीं किया.
ठीक है, ठीक है. एक काम करिए, डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन जो है शीट, उसमें जाइए.
ओके,
क्लिक करिए उसको.
ऑलराइट.
नीचे 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 नीचे, वहां पे मत जाइए, नीचे डेटा के नीचे. हाँ, पेस्ट कर दीजिए.
ओके.
अभी यहाँ पे आप उसको रेट लेके आएंगे.
ओके, गेट 1. ओके, so
ये अब हाइड कर लो, वो जो ऊपर दिख रहा है बेकर में उसको हाइड कर लो. राइट में है हाइड ऑप्शन. हाँ
नहीं, आई थिंक देयर इज समथिंग रॉन्ग विद
हाँ, तो प्रॉब्लम ये हो रहा है, आप वहां पे जाके टेबल सिलेक्ट करते हो, फिर से वापस आते हो. ये नहीं करना है, ठीक है.
ओके.
हाँ, अभी एस्केप करो.
ऑलराइट,
अभी स्टार्ट करो फिर से. लुकअप वैल्यू
वैल्यू इज,
चलो टेबल अरे,
It's important to select the
not necessary.
this column.
Not necessary.
Not necessary.
The headers not necessary. You can start from Samsung also, end up with 45,000. अभी देखो, रुको वहां पे। ये जो चीज आपने सिलेक्ट किया आपके फॉर्मूला बार में दिख रहा है ऑलरेडी, देखो।
हाँ दिख रहा है।
हाँ, तो वहां से कंटिन्यू करना है। अभी F4 आप लॉक करो।
ओके।
सिर्फ एंड सेल लॉक हुआ, C3 लॉक नहीं हुआ है। C3 को भी लॉक करो। हाँ, अभी एंड में कर्सर रखो। हाँ, अभी कौन सा कॉलम में डेटा है? सेकंड कॉलम में। हाँ, कॉमा 0। कंट्रोल एंटर, ब्रैकेट क्लोज करके कंट्रोल एंटर। आ गया?
So I'm coming to the other sheet, that is where
yes, you are making the mistake कि टेबल एरे देने के बाद आपको वापस नहीं जाना है, टेबल एरे के साथ ही वही शीट में कंटिन्यू करना है, क्योंकि फॉर्मूला बार में वो फॉर्मूला दिख रहा है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Yes, people. So can I take that everybody is clear now with our VLOOKUP formula, what we did? Any difficulties, any doubts, any queries? Because whatever the doubts, you make it clear in today. Because next session, when we go for it, we'll go for one level up. And at that moment, if you ask me, Prabhas, I did not clear with the basics, I will not be in a position to come back again and explain you. So if at all anything is missing, you are unable to make it, just ask, no problem.
Sir, एक और question.
हाँ, पूछिए।
Let would it still work?
Your voice was blank. I mean, somewhere it was.
Okay, I'll repeat.
Yeah.
I was saying, we looked up the brand and we used VLOOKUP to get the rates. What if we've got the rate? यानी उल्टा हो गया।
वहां पे नहीं होगा, because VLOOKUP has certain rules. VLOOKUP cannot read your data from right to left. अगर आपके पास रेट है, you have to look for brand, तो ब्रांड वाला कॉलम रेट के बाद आपको रखना पड़ेगा, because it always reads the data from left to right only. It doesn't read the data from right to left.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Chaliye. So now VLOOKUP is clear for everyone. I can take it. Now we'll go for HLOOKUP. So. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
सर वो आपने जो मैम को बताया ना पिछले वाली शीट में VLOOKUP करने का,
जी,
वो आप फिर से बता सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल बता सकते हैं। आप अपना स्क्रीन शेयर करेंगे? यस, तो आपको मैम ही बताएंगी। चलिए मैम बताइए।
ओके।
यस ऋतुजा, आप अपना हितेशा एक मिनट हितेशा। ऋतुजा, आपका जो प्रॉब्लम है पहले आप हितेशा को बताएंगी, वो आपको गाइड करेंगी, ठीक है?
ओके ओके
ठीक है, चलिए पहले प्रॉब्लम डिस्कस करते हैं। आपका प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पे हो रहा है?
मैं कर नहीं पा रही वो मैम, जो आपने किया ना पिछली वाली शीट में कि इस शीट का डाटा पिछले शीट में, तो मैं कर नहीं पा रही, वो कैसे कर सकते हैं?
ठीक है, हम करते हैं जो सर ने बताया था उससे रिपीट करते हैं। तो जो ब्रांड का डेटा है उसे कॉपी कीजिए, लुकअप पे जाइए, लुकअप के अच्छा आपने कर दिया कॉपी, फिर अब यहाँ पे एसर के बाजू में सिलेक्ट कीजिए सेल्स सारे जहाँ पे हमें डेटा चाहिए। डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन शीट पे ही बोल रही हूँ, एसर के बाजू वाले कॉलम में
ये सभी शीट ना?
डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन में हमें फॉर्मूला डालना है अभी। तो हमें यहाँ पे वीलुकअप करना है। एसर के बाजू, तो एसर के बाजू वाला जो कॉलम है वो जहाँ पे हमें डेटा चाहिए वो पूरा सिलेक्ट करो।
ये पूरा ना?
हाँ
ओके।
F वाले में F27 से लेके।
हाँ
ठीक है, फिर इक्वल टू वीलुकअप एसर के बाजू में
टू वीलुकअप।
ओके, मेरे इसमें दिखा नहीं रहा है अभी तक। ओपन ब्रैकेट किया आपने, क्योंकि मेरे इसमें नहीं दिखा रहा है। हाँ ओके, ओपन ब्रैकेट नहीं आपने ओके ठीक है, ओपन ब्रैकेट। सो वी लुकिंग फॉर जो वैल्यू हम देख रहे हैं मैच करना है, वो कौन सा वैल्यू है?
E27 ना?
हाँ
ओके।
कॉमा और कहाँ देखना है इस वैल्यू को? दैट टेबल कहाँ है? दूसरे शीट पे ना?
दूसरे शीट पे है। हाँ,
लुकअप शीट पे जाइए।
ओके।
जिस टेबल में देखना है उस टेबल को सिलेक्ट कीजिए।
ओके किया।
अब फॉर्मूला बार है ऊपर।
हाँ
हाँ, अब यहाँ पे टेबल एरे को लॉक कर दीजिए।
यस किया। हाँ सॉरी।
फिर कॉलम कौन सा देख रहे हैं, फर्स्ट या सेकंड?
सेकंड।
हाँ, and then comma 0, close the close करो उसको और एंटर।
बराबर है।
देखिए डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन में क्या आया।
यस डन
आ गया ना? आई थिंक अभी सिर्फ ये नहीं किया था कि हमने, अच्छा आ गया, कंट्रोल एंटर किया। ग्रेट।
हाँ
सर ने मुझे बताया कि मैं यहाँ पे ये गलती कर रही थी कि लुकअप व्हेन आई एम गोइंग इन सिलेक्टिंग द टेबल इन द अदर शीट, तो मैं टेबल सिलेक्ट करने के बाद मैं शीट चेंज कर रही थी, जो नहीं करना है। फॉर्मूला कंप्लीट करने के लिए फॉर्मूला बार पे जाके कंप्लीट करना है।
ओके ओके, मैंने भी किया उसी वक्त, तो मैं भी पीछे आ गई, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया क्या करना।
हाँ मैंने भी वही किया, शीट नहीं चेंज करना है, इन शॉर्ट फॉर्मूला करके बस।
ओके थैंक यू।
चलो बहुत बढ़िया, इट वाज ए ग्रेट टीम एफर्ट। सो ऋतुजा, आपका डाउट क्लियर हुआ?
यस 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 सर हुआ।
Great. So Hitesh sir, thank you so much for extending the support. Now, yeah. So I'm taking the control back on the screen. And here, VLOOKUP. क्या होता है? We are clear with that. So our friends who were not clear with the VLOOKUP, like Rutuja, Hitesha, and Anuradha, especially these three friends. Now, is there any doubts or queries?
No.
Very good.
No.
Fine. Now, yeah, thank you so much. So now we are going to discuss HLOOKUP. Anybody who doesn't know what is HLOOKUP?
सर मैंने कभी यूज नहीं किया HLOOKUP।
ओके ठीक है,
यहाँ पे यूज करना है वो भी नहीं पता। VLOOKUP में डेली यूज करती, बट HLOOKUP मैंने कभी यूज नहीं किया, कहाँ यूज करना है वो भी नहीं पता।
चलो ठीक है, आज सीख लेते हैं। चलो, Yash is saying never used. Okay, Rituja is I don't know. Okay, Nikhil is saying I don't. Okay, never used. Fine then, no problem. सो जो यूज नहीं किया है इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हमारे लिए जरूरी नहीं है, दैट इज ऑल्सो यूजफुल. सो sometimes what it happens, we get our data in horizontal format, so there we cannot apply VLOOKUP. So take an example, same laptop का data लेते हैं. We have got two row items. This is our vendors catalog, and below you will be finding a row item where the list of brands are there, and we need to populate the rates, respective rates of those brands from the vendors catalog. So in this case, I cannot apply VLOOKUP since my data is there in horizontal format. So what we need to do, we have to go and apply HLOOKUP. So H stands for horizontal. Rest of logics are same, like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP you can apply. In place of V, we have to go for H. In place of column index number, we have to go for row index number. Rest of logic same. So how to apply this? First 1 minute, watch my screen. As we develop the practice, first we'll select the range. First watch my screen, understand what I'm doing, okay? Now, the moment we go for this equal to H lookup. So H stands for horizontal, okay? Then what it asks me, lookup value. VLOOKUP भी आपको lookup value ही पूछता था. Able to connect? What VLOOKUP was asking, is it the same HLOOKUP is also asking?
Yes, sir.
So what we have understood by lookup value in case of VLOOKUP, what we have with us to search. So in our case, what is that we need to search?
Brand name Acer.
So what is the first brand in your list? Is the Acer. So this
sir.
is, yeah, this is what our lookup value. So lookup value, is it clear for everyone? Right, people? Come on. Then asking table array. VLOOKUP was also asking table array. Able to recall?
Yes.
So table array, हमने क्या समझा था? What was the meaning by table array? I told you where to search. We'll be looking at the vendor's catalog. So starting from brand or starting from Samsung, anything you can take it to the last row item. It's fine. Now, when we know, when I copy this formula towards right, this range will move right. Like when we look up, we copy the formula down, vendor's range was moving down. Later, we have gone for locking the same. So here also the same situation is going to come. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Yes.
तो जब पता है कि ये प्रॉब्लम आने वाले हैं, when you know that very well, this problem is going to occur or happen over here, why don't you rectify the formula in the designing mode itself? So what we are supposed to do?
That's good.
Right. So no movement, neither towards down nor towards right, comma. Now, as I told you, rest of logics are same. In case of VLOOKUP, ask for vertical lookup purpose column index number. In case of horizontal lookup, it asks for row index number. So I told you how to consider the column. Similarly, same way, you have to go to the table array. In this border area, how many row items are there? So how many row items are there? Two. How do you read your data? Top to bottom or bottom to top?
Top to bottom.
So what is the first row?
Brand.
What is the second row?
Second is rate.
Which out of these two row items, which row item data is already there with us?
Brand.
So what we are looking for?
Rate.
Rate is in which row? So we should go for row index number as 2. So how do you decide the row index number? That is also clear. And as I told you, in case of VLOOKUP, this was asking range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match. Here also asking for the same. And I told you in this case, what we should do, ignore this. And VLOOKUP, how it ends up with?
0.
HLOOKUP also ends up with 0. I told you the significance of 0. What was that?
Exact match.
Or one-to-one match. So whatever we are looking for, Acer, if it is there exactly Acer anywhere, then corresponding value will be automatically populated over here. So the same thing we are doing here. Now formula is ready only for a cell. Need to apply for rest. Control Enter. We got the data. So this is how people, any point of time, if you happen to use this horizontal lookup, you can apply that horizontal lookup over here by HLOOKUP formula. So please give it a try and check HLOOKUP is working for you. All right. So any questions, people, with regard to VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP? Fine. Now, the very important subject is VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. You cannot apply with any type of data you like the most or you come across over here. To apply VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, people, you need to satisfy three validation rules, which is very, very essential and you have to remember all the time. So VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, what are the rules to be satisfied if you want to work with? I'll take you through. So just watch my screen, no need to do anything. I will copy paste the same once it is done. So rules. The first rule of VLOOKUP, it says that the data has to be over here in vertical format, then only it will help us. Like if you look at our data is there in vertical format, here also we are looking for vertical format and the data is helpful. So data has to be in vertical format. Similarly, the moment I go for HLOOKUP, data has to be in horizontal format, then only I can apply this. So first rule is clear. VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Can I take that? All right. Rule number 2. VLOOKUP says that there should not be any duplicate. In our case, the vendor's data, vendor's catalog. VC means vendor's catalog. I am typing it over here. There should not be any duplicate in vendor's catalog. So this is very, very important thing. You need to again check. See, when my vendor is giving the data to me, the catalog, in the brand column, there should not be any duplicate. If at all any duplicate is there, VLOOKUP will always pick the first value. Now, suppose I take an example, Acer. It is taking 22,000 because we have got the unique values. Suppose Acer is over here 25,000. If I go and change it, just watch my screen. Now it will no more show 22,000. It will become 25,000. See the beauty, right? Did you get that? So when you have the duplicates in place, VLOOKUP will always pick the first value. So there should not be any duplicate. Where? In the brand column, in the master data, in the vendor's catalog or master list. Rate may be duplicate, no problem. In our list, brand may be duplicate, no worries. But vendor's catalog, brand column should not contain any duplicate. Same rule goes for our HLOOKUP also. There should not be any duplicate in the vendor's catalog. Else it will pick the first value again. Hope rule number 2 is clear. Rule number 3. VLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always left to right. What is the meaning by data flow has to be left to right? See, suppose say the moment when I was asking vendor to give the catalog, if he has given something like this, then VLOOKUP will not work because VLOOKUP doesn't read our data from right to left. Okay. So this is what the third rule. It's not mandatory that rate column has to be immediate right to the brand column. It can be like this also, no issues, no worries, but rate column has to be there only after the brand column. And while selecting the table array, you have to select like this. So anything before brand, you don't need to select. Anything after rate, you don't need to select if you are looking for. So this is called data flow has to be left to right. Similarly, HLOOKUP says the data flow has to be from top to bottom. Top to bottom. Okay, so what is the meaning by top to bottom? See, when I ask the vendor to give the catalog over here, suppose he has not given like this, it has given like this, suppose. Then HLOOKUP cannot read our data from bottom to top. So it will not giving the answer. So this is called your top to bottom data should be there, and VLOOKUP case left to right data has to be there. So these are the rules, very, very essential people. Any point of time, if you believe anywhere VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP is not working, probably one of the rules might be missing or it is not satisfying. Hope this is clear. So can I take that everybody is clear with our VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP rules? Fine then. So this is it from our day 2 side, people. Any doubt, any queries for the day? So as usual, you will be getting the recordings by maximum 8 o'clock. So please make use of that 1 week of span from day 2 to day 3. Practice well, be ready with your queries. If at all any queries is there, drop the query in the group. Anybody voluntarily would like to answer also, you are welcome. No issues, no restrictions, no limitations. If it remain unanswered, I am there going to step in to answer, don't worry. But practice well, that is very, very essential. And day 3, the agenda will be completely focused on our data summarization. Like when you have a huge data in place, how to read your data, how to interpret it, how to summarize it, how to analyze like a professional, how to create a dashboard, and how to work with multiple table data. So entire thing is about focusing upon the pivot table. Very useful topic. Don't miss the class. Make sure you have got sufficient bandwidth if you are using the mobile data plans. Make sure your laptop is supporting you. Unwanted applications, if anything is there, please discard it for the time being, at least when you complete your training programs. Later, if you want to reload, because we are going to work with a huge data, so you should not get any problem by crashing the Excel files or something like that. That's why it's a kind request. All right, people. So anything for today? Any doubt, any queries?
Yes, sir.
Please
Sir,
ask.
I have a question.
Ask me.
Sir, in data fill, when you said that we are copying data from another source to Excel, usually even the text which is there in the other source gets copied into Excel in the form of a number. So what we did here is that we, I want the text back. Then how do I do it?
डेटा फिल में तो
So
हमने ऐसा
for
कुछ नहीं किया.
example, मेरे दूसरे source में ना it was brand names.
ठीक है.
But when it came to Excel, the brand names got converted to number, and it says that it is initially it's a text data, but it is showing in numbers. And when I can change the format to text, वो proper alphabets में नहीं convert हो रहा है. तो what is the issue there and how to resolve that?
See, टेक्स्ट तो हमेशा टेक्स्ट में ही रहेंगे. टेक्स्ट तो हमेशा टेक्स्ट में ही रहेंगे. प्रॉब्लम्स आती है नंबर्स में. So suppose say take an example. I have got something in text over here. I'll show you the real time case. What is the problem? Suppose यहाँ पे मेरे पास कुछ numbers हैं. ठीक है, तो अभी मान लो मेरे पास डेटा अभी टेक्स्ट में है. So if I go for over here to changing the data over here, say take an example, we'll go for this and I'll change it to text. Okay, this is in text. ठीक है, तो मैंने इसको इग्नोर किया, मैंने इसको इग्नोर कर दिया. दिस इज इन टेक्स्ट. सो व्हेन आई कॉपी दिस डेटा टू ए न्यू वर्कबुक and I paste it, this always comes in text only. This will never be a problem. But where this will be a problem, when you deal with the SAP driven data. So when you copy the data from SAP over here and you populate in this, then in that case, what is the problem going to happen? I'll tell you. Okay, you will be getting the data in terms of numbers. तो यहाँ पे हम VLOOKUP यूज करना चाहते हैं. सपोज इस डेटा को रिलेटेड मेरे पास कुछ है ABC, बट यहाँ पे वो काम नहीं कर रहा है, राइट? क्योंकि यहाँ पे ये टेक्स्ट में है और यहाँ पे ये नंबर्स में है, राइट? This is in number format, but this is over here in text format. Data is same, but format is different, correct?
Yeah.
So how to get those things? So first of all, either you change this data to text or this data to number. So जो भी आप चाहे कर सकते हैं. तो कौन सा आप करना पसंद करेंगे? इसको टेक्स्ट में कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं या इसको नंबर्स में कन्वर्ट करना चाहते हैं?
It doesn't matter.
ठीक है, तो फिर बेटर है हम चलते हैं टेक्स्ट में, क्योंकि नंबर्स अगर ज्यादा करके हो सकते हैं 12 से ज्यादा, तो 0 अगर लेफ्ट में है तो प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है. तो बेटर इस नंबर को ही टेक्स्ट में बदल देते हैं, राइट? तो जहां पे आपको लगता है कि ये नंबर्स फॉर्मेट में चेंज हो चुका है और मुझे टेक्स्ट में बदलना है, सिलेक्ट करो पूरा कॉलम, होम में सॉरी डेटा में जाओ, टेक्स्ट टू कॉलम में जाओ, नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट, फिर यहाँ पे जनरल के बदले टेक्स्ट सिलेक्ट करो, ठीक है, और फिर फिनिश कर दो. तो ये हो जाएगा टेक्स्ट. तो दोनों डेटा अभी सेम हो गया, यहाँ पे भी टेक्स्ट में है, यहाँ पे भी टेक्स्ट में है. तो अभी आप VLOOKUP लगाओ, आराम से काम करो, ठीक ठाक करेगा.
Okay. No, what I'm trying to ask you कि in the first sheet, instead of numbers, if there were words, if there were names, let's say किसी का first name, last name था उसके अंदर.
Okay.
And when I copy, it is copying it as a number. ऐसा होता है क्या?
नहीं. Text cannot be convert to a number. Suppose यहाँ पे names हैं, name कैसे number में convert होगा? यहाँ पे देखो हरी साडू है, ये टेक्स्ट ही है, कहीं भी जाएगा ये टेक्स्ट ही रहेगा. यहाँ से मैं कॉपी करूंगा, यहाँ पे भी डालूंगा तो ये टेक्स्ट ही है, ये नंबर्स कभी चेंज नहीं होंगे.
ठीक है,
राइट?
ओके, ऑलराइट,
यस. Well, any other queries from anybody, people? Hope it was informative. Day 2 as well. Well then, so if there is no queries, shall we call it as a day? Thank you so much. So keep practicing well, stay safe, take care. Day 3, please be ready. And as I told you all the time, please log into the meeting room before 5 or 10 minutes of the scheduled time, so that we can stick to the window, we can learn as much as we can, and there will not be delay over there in concluding the subject matter also. So with this, I conclude my session for day 2, my friends, and you'll be getting the recordings in the email format as well as the group. I'll be just dropping a message, don't worry. Fine then. So have a great day. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.